Good morning, honorable members. Good morning. Good morning, honorable minister and deputy minister and DG and your respective teams. I am hoping that, Minister, by the time we're done, water will be flowing everywhere. Will be flowing everywhere in the country where we need water. You must make the ports do the things. But thank you very much for being here. This meeting is an outcome of, firstly, it's our normal hearings that we have following the presentation of audit outcomes to the committee by the Auditor General. In this instance, we took two presentations. The first was the Auditor General with the audit outcomes of the previous financial year. The second was a report by an update by the Special Investigating Unit on some of the investigations they're doing. Now, I need to clarify that so the Auditor General presented to us on the department and its own entities at a national level. The Special Investigating Unit did a comprehensive update which extends to water boards and so on. Now, we have not yet taken a presentation from the Auditor General on the water boards and so on. So I just wanted to make that clear that there might be information gaps. So what we will do today, and I think it will be up to the members to ask under the questions then arising, if there are questions about water boards and so on, that we have that discussion at that level. So what this presentation responds to is the audit outcomes as presented, and to the extent that the SIU investigation touches on national, departmental and related issues, then that needs to be addressed as well. I'd like to thank the department for sending us a very detailed presentation. So members, there are two. So what we normally do, so we got a 170 odd slide presentation. You still have that. For the sake of time in this meeting, we've asked for a summary. The members have both versions. What you are free to do at question time is to refer to the longer version if there's a slide that you need to show. So don't be anxious that we don't want to see it at all. So if it becomes relevant, you can please show it to the members. What I'd like us to do is to go from now until about 10:15 by way of statements and presentations, which is just over an hour. And then we will get into question time. What we will do is we will have, because we've got 3 primary questioners in the committee for the sake of this interaction, we will take one round of, we'll have one session and then take a break and then return and hopefully we finish before 5 o'clock. No, I'm kidding. I saw some worried faces and I said, no, there's a session in the afternoon. So that's how we will do. So what I'll do is I'll hand over to you, Minister, for some opening remarks and then also the introduction of your team. And then we're in your hands until around 15:15. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson of SCOPA, all honorable members of this committee, the parliamentary staff present here, Deputy Minister Mahlobo, I have 2 deputy ministers, but today we have our portfolio committee on water and sanitation, hence the other deputy minister is not here, he's leading a delegation. DG, can you quickly introduce yourselves, quickly, or you can introduce your team so that I start with the overview. Thank you. Through you, Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honourable members. My name is Sean Phillips. I'm the Director General of Water and Sanitation. On my left is Frans Moatsi. He's the Chief Financial Officer of the department. On his left is Intabiseng Fundagubi. She's the DDG for Corporate Services. On my right is Zuku Makalima from the Office of the DG. Behind me, I'll just introduce other senior staff and then ask them to introduce other staff. Behind me on my right is Toko Sigwaza. She's a Chief Director in our Institutional Governance branch. The DDG there has a bereavement, so she couldn't be here today. Next to Toko is Dietmar Needbur, who's our Acting DDG for Water Services. The DDG is in India, looking at examples of public-private partnerships in the water sector in India currently. Next to Dietmar is Livawani Mabuda, who's our acting DDG for infrastructure. We haven't filled that position because we're going to be establishing the NWIA soon, and that branch is moving to the NWIA. And then we also have Babawa Mnyaka Nyako, who's responsible for planning and monitoring the evaluation in the office of the DG. Then in Tabesang, can you introduce your other staff here, please?
Good morning, Chair and members. Next to Babalwa is Conrad Griff, Chief Director, HR, Human Resource Management. Next to him is Tebogo Makubela, Director, Labor Relations. Next to her is Annette Muir, the Chief Director, Compliance and Monitoring. Next to her is Masana, Director, Grants. Next to her is Mr. Mandla Malindisa, Chief Director, Risk Management. Next to him is Michael Mutsadzi, Chief Director, Internal Audit. Next to him is Joy Mapupa, the Parliamentary Officer of the Department. I'll leave it to the SIU to introduce himself. Thank you.
No, it's fine. The SIU colleagues, it's fine. We know, and also the AG colleagues, we know them, so that's okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, we're here to honour the invitation by the Standing Committee on Public Accounts to brief you members on the performance of the Department, financial management, governance and operational effectiveness with reference to irregular expenditure as well as consequence management in the main. We are pleased to make our maiden appearance to Scopa, and when a person is making a maiden appearance, that person does not get grilled. So we respect maiden speech, maiden appearance. That is why we are here today. It is for the first time that we are coming under the 7th administration, and we do understand, Chair, you did not ignore us, but you saved last for the best. As we are here, as the Ministry and the Department, we look forward to robust but mutual rewarding engagement through this term, this 7th term. Chair, just briefly to say, every time there is no water in village A, street A, township A, people think that is Department of Water and Sanitation. It's like when the baker, it has not baked the bread well, you blame the wheat grower. So water has a value chain. We are responsible for building a water resource, be it dams, canals, water treatment plants. We regulate. But when it comes to reticulation of water and provision of water, is a different mandate altogether that is in the local government. I do know that every day, Chair, I respond not to less than 20 questions from honourable members across all parties. There is no water in my village, there is no water here. And the response is one that there are constitutional imperatives in terms of separation of powers. We can go up to this extent. Water has been elevated, as you know, as a top priority by the President during his State of the Nation address in February. When the President elevated water security as a priority task for 2025, we as a department took specific measures to ensure that security of water supply by working towards the following, because we are responsible for the bulk water supply. Stabilizing water boards and deploy them as vehicles to improve water security. Improving the supply of water quality by improving the blue, the green, and the no-drop reports. Improving and ensuring that the financial sustainability of the water sector by addressing debt owed to water boards and developing new financial model which address the aging infrastructure in terms of non-revenue water. Undertaking municipal reform by amending the legislation and create utilities and intervene through Section 63 of the Water Services Act. Also addressing the problem of corruption, theft, vandalism, and extortion in the water sector, because that is very much rife in the water sector. This department chair and honorable members have recently convened a water and sanitation Indaba, and the purpose of that was to bring together the entire water sector to say there is a looming crisis of water. And every time chair always say there is crisis, there is no crisis. When it comes to bulk water supply, we do have, but when it comes to the access of water to be accessed through the taps, there is a challenge in that. We have agreed as part of the resolutions that we have attached, Chair, to the presentation that we are bringing today. I'm happy, Chair, that you started by saying we have shared 179 slides. You requested us to reduce them to 25. We have done that. So I will just do a helicopter view. Amongst those resolutions of the water and sanitation Indaba was that we want to ensure that we increase investment through financing options and ensuring financial sustainability, especially in municipalities. Municipalities are unable to collect revenue, but if they do collect revenue, they use it for something else. They don't ring-fence water sales to be able to maintain the water infrastructure, because our challenge is there where the water infrastructure has totally collapsed, but also the technical capacity and skills of municipalities. In the past, when we started with local government, we had about 84.6% of engineers at a local government level. But as I speak now, we are sitting at about 6.4 engineers. So the positions are filled, but filled with wrong people. Chairperson, we have also shared the detailed Indaba resolution. Honorable members, the question of sustainability of water sector is very important and need to ensure that the sector, including the water boards, is self-financing, because we don't fund water boards. Water boards are self-financing and cannot be overemphasized. At the end of April 2025, the water boards were owed 25 billion by municipalities. The implication of the growing debt to municipalities are very serious, Honorable Chair and members. If a water board goes bankrupt, it does not only affect that municipality that has not paid, it affects the entire province. For instance, if the Val Central, which is in the verge of collapse, if the Val Central collapse is going to affect Free State as well as Northern Cape. If Magali's collapse, it's going to affect the entire Northwest and part of Gauteng, the Tshwane Metro. To address this problem, Chair, the Ministry has been engaging premiers, MECs for COCTA, all water service authorities, the mayors, to ensure that they pay our water boards. The department supported by National Treasury, because all that we have done at a political level to meet with municipalities, other municipalities will sign the debt recognition acceptance to say now we are going to start paying, but they did not pay. Others took us to court when we send them letter of demand that they must pay water boards. Others, Chair, despite the fact that we gave them a special dispensation that if they pay the current invoices, we are going to write off the historic debts. They did not take advantage of that. That's a challenge that we're sitting with. We had to come up and employ other methods. That is why now we met with the National Treasury and COCTA. We withhold the equitable share through the National Treasury so as to enforce municipalities to start servicing their debt. Honorable members, in terms of the mandate of the department, as I said, that we deliver the bulk supply and the water balance in the country is fairly good. Municipalities have executive authorities. That is why they are water service authorities. We are not. Other municipalities are both water service authority and water service providers. And that is why we're bringing reforms, that there must be separation of powers. We cannot be a service authority as well as a service provider. We give financial support to all municipalities based on their application. We have water services infrastructure grant called WISIG, as well as the regional bulk water infrastructure grant, RIPIC. We for this the last financial year, we have spent 14 billion in terms of assisting municipalities. But the question will be from the SCOPA: if you spend 14 billion, why is there no water throughout the country? That will be a very good question, because what we do, we send grant, but the demand is beyond what we can give as a department. The current efforts to improve water provision and reliability include what we are doing right now in Tshwane. Remember, in 2023, we had to intervene after the incident that happened in Hammanskraal. We are, by end of this month, June, we'll be handing over Module 2 already. We have handed over 17.5 megaliters that we pump per day. So there's a progress on that. We had 4 modules for augmenting water in Hammanskraal. Will be done by end of August, early September. But also working with COGTA, the issue of Machabeng. Machabeng is known of challenges of both water and spillage of sewer. We are currently having 600 projects across the country that we are assisting. We are assisting also in Mfuleni. I'm raising this, Chair, because as SCOPA, you'll be interested that where else are we spending money? And we can only do that where, in terms of our intervention on Section 63, when there's been Section 139 that is implemented. But honorable members always in the House want us to intervene in each and every municipality on Section 63. One, we don't have financial capacity to do that, but also there is law that must be adhered to, that you cannot just willy-nilly intervene. Municipalities is a sphere of government that must be respected at all times. Chair, allow me not to go too deep. We have 144 water service authorities in the country, 144, but 105 are performing dismally. 144 water service authority that is supposed to assist the local municipalities to get water. Out of the 144, 105 are performing dismally. Hence now the challenge of water that you see throughout the country. Those 105 municipalities we have agreed with, we are in IMC with COGTA, Human Settlement, National Treasury, Electricity and Energy, and ourselves. We have agreed that we are going to take the top 20 countries that are in ICU to intervene, and when we intervene, we must go there as a team of these 5 departments to ensure that we intervene and we go out of that municipality, because there is water allocation in various departments. Human Settlement have an element of water. COGTA has an element of that. So we're saying let's join hands and go there so that we can make a debt in terms of dealing with this. Vandalism and theft of the existing infrastructure is alarming, and as well as delays on the process of implementing the resolutions of ensuring that municipalities, local government get fixed. Because if you don't fix local government, we can say a lot, we can put a lot of work together, but if the local government is not fixed, we're not going anywhere. As I stand down, Chair, the DWS is also implementing reforms on the Water Services Amendment Bill and revised norms and standards for water and sanitation delivery, whilst the National Treasury is contributing to the turnaround sector through the Operation Vulindlela. We, as As I said, we want to separate WSA, which is Water Service Authority, as well as Water Service Provision Function, as already required by the law. But also we want municipality to ring-fence the sale of water for the water function and ring-fence all management functions. We know, Chair, that you are going to ask us about the eradication of bucket system. We are not erecting bucket systems now. The eradication of the bucket system was the program that was agreed upon when water was still with human settlement. And there were certain provinces, Eastern Cape, Northwest, Free State, and Northern Cape. The two provinces, which is Eastern Cape and Northwest, as per that dispensation, that we dealt with those bucket system. But this is a moving target wherein mushrooming of informal settlement, people create, or municipalities, they come up with the bucket system, and that is no longer within our scope. But we are going to give a detail on, or to say how far are we in terms of the Free State as well as the Northern Cape, which was our mandate. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. This is just a helicopter view on our 179 slides and 25 slides, but the DG is here to be able to take the members through. I thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. This first slide shows the issues that we were asked to present to SCOPA about. To start with a strategic overview of the sector, basically water can be divided into two parts, raw water and treated water. With regard to raw water, supply is approximately in balance with existing demands nationally, but there are some localized deficits. For example, there's a shortage of raw water compared to the demand, including leaks and very high consumption in both Gauteng and eThekwini currently. National water resource infrastructure is generally in a fairly good or very good condition and is well operated. Our condition assessments, which are reflected in our asset register, show that 81% of the national water resource infrastructure is either in a fair condition, good condition, or very good condition. We are raising finance for investment in new water infrastructure. For example, the new Umkomazi Dam, which is going to add additional water for eThekwini and surrounding municipalities, will be raised by finance raised on the markets, will be funded by finance raised in the markets by the TCTA. Similarly, Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 is completely financed by finance raised on the markets by the TCTA. But the TCTA is limited in the extent that it can borrow. It relies on explicit treasury guarantees. And we are establishing the NWRA to enable more finance to be raised in the market, because the NWRA will have a much more substantial balance sheet. It will own the national water resource assets and have the revenue streams associated with them. But we can't only just build more dams to ensure water security. We also have to broaden the water mix. There's a limit to which we can continue building more dams. We've already captured more than 75% of the available opportunities for sustainably capturing surface water. So we have to broaden the water mix, make use of other water sources, such as more use of groundwater, but in a same sustainable way, water reuse in our cities to create a closed cycle, and increasing use of desalination in our coastal cities. In addition to that, to ensure water security, we also need to strengthen water conservation and demand management. The average consumption of water per capita in South Africa is well above the international average, which is an anomaly because South Africa is a water-scarce country. It's one of the 30 most water-scarce countries in the world. So if we're going to have raw water security in future in South Africa, we need to do three things. We need to build dams to capture the remaining opportunities. We need to diversify the water mix, and we need to have more effective water conservation and demand management. At municipal level, as indicated by the Minister, the picture is quite different. Generally speaking, municipal water and sanitation infrastructure is not at all in a good condition. Water services have deteriorated markedly at a municipal level, as borne out by the DWS Blue, Green and No Drop reports, which we reinstated a year or two ago. As the Minister indicated, it's not just about the condition of the infrastructure, it's also about municipalities not hiring people with the right skills to properly manage and operate the water infrastructure. And then, as again mentioned by the Minister, a key issue, a reason for the poor performance at municipal level is very high non-revenue water at municipal level. Our analysis, and we share this analysis with the National Treasury and the Presidency, is that the root causes of this deterioration at municipal level are high non-revenue water and inappropriate institutional arrangements. And to address those root causes, various reforms are underway. As the Minister indicated, we will soon be submitting to Parliament a Water Services Amendment Bill, which strengthens the separation of water services authorities and water service providers and provides better clarity with regard to their roles and responsibilities, and also it strengthens our role as DWS to regulate municipal water and sanitation services and to ensure that water service providers have a minimum level of capability. Similarly, National Treasury is implementing the reform of Metropolitan Trading Services Programme, which is focused on metropolitan water and electricity services. And it's very similar to our amendments to the Water Services Act, but it particularly focuses on metropolitan municipalities ring-fencing revenue from the sale of water and creating single point of accountability for the water function. And these same reforms are also in phase 2 of Operation Vulindlela, which was announced by the President about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Sorry, DG, I just want for clarity so that we all on the same page, if you can go back. So when you say national water resource infrastructure is generally in a fairly good or very good condition, so what you're saying is that the dams and other similar reservoirs are in good condition. What is the problem starts, if I take 2 slides down, starts after from the dam on is where the problem is. Is that what you're saying?
It's a bit more complicated than that, but I'll explain.
Please simplify, yeah.
There.
Please
Yes.
simplify.
Okay. I think this next slide here will explain it, Chair. So in terms of the Constitution and subsidiary legislation, particularly the National Water Act and the Water Services Act, the roles of the national government and us as DWS are to regulate water use and water resources, to issue dam construction licenses, to own and operate large dams, and to regulate and support water services authorities. So as DWS, we own large dams. We've constructed all the biggest dams in the country are owned by us. Most of the dams in the country are actually owned by the private sector for irrigation and for mining. But the dams that we own are used more for domestic water supply as well as irrigation. And our role currently is both the regulator of dams and a constructor of the large dams. We don't have a sole mandate to construct dams. As I said, the private sector can construct dams. Some municipalities can also construct dams. Anyone can construct a dam in South Africa. They just have to get a water use license from us. So when we build a large dam, we have to get a license from our regulation branch. And that's one of the reasons for creating the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency, to separate the regulator and implementer functions, because the NWRA will become the implementer and we will retain the regulatory function. Those dams, that infrastructure that we currently own, is in a good to fairly good condition. Then the other part of water, in terms of constitutional and legal mandates, is municipal responsibilities. And in terms of municipal responsibilities, there's both bulk municipal infrastructure and there's distribution infrastructure. They're both municipal responsibilities in terms of the Constitution. But knowing that you can achieve huge economies of scale by having centralized provision of bulk municipal infrastructure, the Water Services Act provided for the creation of water boards to provide bulk municipal infrastructure. So, for example, it's much more cost-effective for Rand Water to provide bulk treatment infrastructure for the municipalities in Gauteng than for each municipality to develop that infrastructure itself. Generally speaking, the bulk water infrastructure, which is under the water boards, is also in a good to very good condition. some better than others. Rand Water's infrastructure, for example, is in an excellent condition. Some of our other water boards' infrastructure is not in as good a condition. But where the infrastructure is, generally speaking, is in a very bad condition is with regard to the box on the bottom left-hand corner, which is the distribution of water, which is over here. I'm pointing on the presentation. And that is the infrastructure which is owned and managed by water services authorities, by municipalities. So the municipalities, in terms of the constitution, that are appointed as water services authorities are required to ensure that water services are delivered according to standard. The legislation is quite clear that that is the key role of a water services authority. The legislation says that another key role of the Water Services Authority is to appoint water service providers. And that phrase, water service providers, isn't used in the normal sense of a service provider being like a consulting company or a contracting company. It's the body which delivers the water services at a municipal level. And the Water Services Authority is supposed to appoint a water service provider or providers in their area and to enter into an agreement, service level agreement, and to make sure that the water service provider provides the service according to standard. Then this slide just illustrates the domestic water cycle and shows that, as we can see here, municipalities or a water board will extract water from a river for a dam and treat it in a water treatment works, is then provided through a municipal distribution system to households and stored in reservoirs. It's then used and the wastewater goes out, is supposed to be treated in the wastewater treatment works, and then the effluent from the wastewater treatment works goes back into the river. And often downstream there's another town which is drawing water from the river, so it's a very big problem when a municipality puts barely treated or ill-treated wastewater into a river. When it goes downstream, it makes it very difficult for the municipality downstream to treat the water. In terms of service delivery, at the national level, we went through a difficult period as a department for about 10 years. We had about 5 different ministers in that 10-year period. I was the 11th DG acting DG appointed in a 10-year period. So we had a lot of instability in DWS. In recent years, there's been much more stability. And as a result of that stability, we've addressed some of the key challenges. For example, the fact that many of our major water resource infrastructure projects were delayed for many years. So, for example, Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 was supposed to be completed in 2019. Its start was delayed for 10 years. We only awarded the main contracts in 2022. The Umkomazi Dam similarly was delayed by 10 years. That's the one to provide additional water for eThekwini. The Umzimvubu Dam, or the Ntabalanga Dam, as part of the Umzimvubu project, is notorious for how long it has taken to start. But finally, we've unblocked that, and that is also now in the implementation phase. We've also unblocked some of the long-delayed bulk water and services infrastructure projects. Again, the Guyani project is notorious for the amount of time that it's taken. 3 or 4 years ago, it was blocked. There wasn't much progress. The bulk pipeline wasn't complete. The water treatment works hadn't yet been upgraded and refurbished. All of that has now been addressed. The bulk pipeline is completed. The water treatment works has been refurbished and is functional. And there are currently about 30 different contractors hired by Mopani District Municipality, which is the Water Services Authority, doing the distribution of water infrastructure to villages in Guyani. In the first phase of 24 villages, so far 23 of the villages have been connected with household connections to piped clean drinking water. And the remaining 31 villages will be done in Phase 2, which will commence later this year. We would have liked to have done Phase 2 concurrently, but we have financial constraints. Chairperson, in total, our RBIG and WISIC grants amounts to 12 billion per annum. But you heard the Minister say that 105 of the water services authorities are in a very poor state. We've done an estimate that 400 billion rand would be required to properly upgrade the infrastructure in those 105 municipalities. So you can hear that our 12 billion per annum has to go an awful long way against a need of over 400 billion. So we can't use too much of it in one particular place. We have to spread that around the country, which means that some of the projects have to be implemented a bit slower than would have otherwise been done, because we have to phase the funding of it.
So we can say it's a drop in the desert.
Yes.
Yeah.
Another measure that we've taken over recent years is we've increasingly deployed our water boards to support municipalities that are really struggling. We have to fund the water boards to do that because they are financially self-sustaining, and I'll give some more detail on that in a minute. So in this slide, it shows some of the key interventions that we're doing through the water boards. In Hammanskraal, Magalies Water has been building a package plant to provide water into Tshwane's distribution system as an urgent measure, because Tshwane has not properly managed its Rooiwal wastewater treatment works and its Temba water treatment works, so Tshwane is unable to meet its municipal responsibility to provide clean drinking water to Hammanskraal. So we have done this intervention to assist Tshwane to do that, and it's now providing clean drinking water to parts of Hammanskraal, and other phases will kick in soon. In Mfuleni, where there's been a serious problem of sewage pollution, Rand Water has been implementing Section 63 of the Water Services Act intervention to curb sewer leakages, which has involved unblocking of sewage pipelines, replacing collapsed sewage pipelines, repairing and refurbishing pump stations, and now they've just started the process of major upgrades worth approximately 7 billion of the 4 major wastewater treatment works in that area of the Vaal. Vaal Central Water Board is assisting Machabeng and Maluti Apofong to try and increase the functionality of both of those municipalities' seriously deteriorated water and sanitation infrastructure. And Umgeni Utugela Water Board is implementing various projects in Umkanyagudi, again through a Section 63 intervention. Currently, in terms of the Water Services Act, in terms of Section 63, we use the term intervention, but it's not the same as a constitutional intervention that has to be managed by COGTA. This is more of a support than an intervention. We don't really have legal authority to take over a municipality, but when we provide very strong support, we sometimes do it under Section 63 of the Water Services Act. The Minister has covered the measures that have been put in place to address the debt owed by municipalities to water boards. We have recently agreed a write-off mechanism with National Treasury for old debt owed by municipalities to water boards. And also we've recently obtained agreement from National Treasury that for the worst non-paying municipalities, they will withhold equitable share allocations and provide them in tranches on condition that the municipalities pay their current invoices to the water boards. One of the areas which we've been focusing on, which has enabled us to unblock some of our long-delayed projects, is improving our project and construction management and our infrastructure procurement. It's work in progress. We still have further improvements to do there. And we've also strengthened our grant management. We've restructured the department, created a new water services branch, which has gone a long way towards helping us to strengthen our grant management so that we have better prioritization of projects to fund at municipal level. We have better implementation of projects, very strong, close monitoring of the municipalities, and as a result of that, we've been receiving reduced audit fundings related to our grant allocations. We were asked by SCOPA to give our views about temporary water and sanitation solutions, including the use of water tankers, VIP toilets, and the eradication of the bucket system. With regard to water tankers, our policy is that water tanker services should only be used as a short-term interim measure by municipalities to address temporary water supply shortages. For example, in times of infrastructure failures, drought, or emergencies. And we also encourage municipalities to insource to provide water tankering services using their own water tankers rather than to hire contractors to do that. VIP toilets have always been the minimum acceptable level of sanitation from the initial days of the RDP. and they continue to be the minimum level of acceptable level of sanitation, but with two caveats. Firstly, a properly designed VIP is a safe form of sanitation. A badly designed and badly constructed VIP is not. And secondly, the use of VIPs in dense urban settlements can be problematic if the municipality does not empty the VIPs. In rural areas, you can always dig another pit. There's space to do that. In dense urban settlements, it's often not possible to do that. And for example, there was a big problem in Mangaung over December when about 70,000 VIPs started overflowing because there'd been heavy rains in Mangaung and the municipality had not been emptying the VIPs. For informal settlements, chemical toilets are a more suitable form of sanitation. And we also are working closely with our Water Research Commission. Internationally, particularly in water-scarce countries in South Africa, there's a lot of interest and movement towards more water-efficient and on-site sanitation technologies that use far less water. In addition to using far less water, on-site sanitation technologies are much cheaper to maintain and operate because they don't require hugely expensive wastewater treatment works, which many of our municipalities are struggling to maintain and operate properly. I think the Minister has largely covered bucket eradication, so I'll skip that. Then turning to our audit outcomes and measures to achieve a clean audit. During the difficult period that the department went through that I mentioned, in 2016-17, for example, the department was near bankruptcy, particularly the water trading account. We are now in a financially healthy state as a result of implementing our financial turnaround and recovery plan. We've moved from qualified audits to regular unqualified audits with findings, but we're not satisfied with unqualified audits with findings. We have a plan and we want to get towards a clean audit. In previous years, we had a big problem of high under expenditure. 3 or 4 years ago, we underspent 2 billion rand on our grants, which is completely unacceptable given the needs out there. But we've addressed that now, and for this financial year 23-24 and for 24-25, we achieved 100% expenditure on our big and WISA grants. And we've also, for these 2 financial years, been very close to 100% expenditure on our budget, over 99% expenditure against the budget. And as I'm going to show you in a minute, through this financial recovery plan and through a range of strengthened controls, our irregular and unauthorized expenditure has been greatly reduced compared to the 27-2018 period. We're also in the process of getting condonation for that past irregular and unauthorized expenditure, and in the comprehensive statement there's detail on the progress that we've made and the processes we engaged in to achieve that condonation for all of that expenditure. This slide summarizes the material irregularities identified by the Auditor General. It shows that we've resolved or closed 3 of these with the Auditor General, and in the comprehensive statement there's detailed information about the progress that we have in working towards resolving the remainder of them. With regard to improving financial management, we've been implementing standard operating procedures for monthly and quarterly reporting to improve the reliability of our reporting. We've also, with that aim, we are now doing frequent reconciliations of our financial records and accounts and transactions. With regard to procurement, we've done extensive training of our procurement staff and our line managers and our bid committee members, and we now endeavour to all the time to follow National Treasury supply chain prescripts to the letter, as well as CIDB prescripts. We do vet our officials involved in tendering and supplier payments, and the details of that vetting are in the comprehensive statement. We've introduced an ethics management program, and there's more details of that again in the comprehensive statement. We've improved our document management system. We've improved our management of implementing agents, which has been a source of audit queries in the past. But again, on this one, we have more more work to do because we're still getting audit queries sometimes with regard to the way in which we're managing our implementing agents. Implementing agents are, for example, our water boards or municipalities where they are implementing projects which we're funding, such as the grant-funded projects. In our finance section, we've introduced compliance checklists so that we can make sure that we're adhering to legislation and standards consistently. We're using both internal and external sources to identify incidents of fraud and corruption, and all the reports that we get through our internal audit unit of allegations of fraud and corruption are properly investigated by our internal audit unit. We've adopted a zero-tolerance stance towards fraud and corruption, and we inform the presiding officers of the disciplinary processes that the department goes through of that stance. And we have a good working relationship with the Auditor General, and we engage with them frequently to clarify and resolve areas of technical differences. For example, with regard to procurement, the procurement regulatory framework is very complex, and sometimes differences in interpretation can arise, but we are able to discuss those and address them with both the Office of the Accountant General and the Auditor General. We've implemented risk management and combined assurance models. We have a risk management strategy, a risk governance framework, and fraud prevention plan. We've greatly strengthened our internal audit unit. We've hired more staff there. I think it operates very well as an internal audit unit and follows best practice. And our audit committee, which is chaired by an independent person and has independent members, has also been indicating that in its view our internal audit unit is functioning as it's supposed to function. We have an audit remedial action plan which is updated after every audit report, and our oversight structures are all in place and all meeting as regularly as they're supposed to meet and doing all the things that they're supposed to do in terms of the guidelines. As I mentioned, our independent audit committee, our independent risk committee, we have a shareholder and core business committee, human resource management committees. Our bid committees are well trained and meeting frequently, and we have an ethics committee. This is the slide I was talking about, Chairperson, which shows the level of our irregular expenditure, particularly in 2017-18 and 2018-19, and how, as a result of our financial turnaround plan, we've reduced that irregular expenditure in recent years. Similarly, for fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Next slide, please. Similarly, for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you can see there was a peak in fruitless and wasteful expenditure during that similar period, and you can see how it's reduced. The one challenge that we have with fruitless and wasteful expenditure is in our construction unit. We're the only government department in the country which still has a very large internal construction unit. Construction unit has been with the department for many, many decades. And that construction unit built some of the very famous, very large dams in the country. One of our big challenges is to be able to make our procurement efficient for the construction unit. To run a construction company, which it effectively is, you need to be able to procure a huge amount of goods and services quickly. So we're in the process of modernizing our procurement to enable us to do that, but the remaining fruitless expenditure and wasteful expenditure here is largely as a result of staff and plant sitting idle due to delays in procurement, which we're in the process of trying to address.
Sorry, can you just explain the internal construction? Is it like a project management capacity internally, or does it do the actual?
No, it's like a huge construction company. It's like an internal Murray & Roberts. It's a huge internal construction company which has the capacity to build sophisticated large dams.
Okay, all right.
Then in terms of improving consequence management, our internal audit unit has investigated 446 allegations of financial misconduct between 1920 and 24-25. 326 of those allegations were confirmed to be true, while 120 were found to be unfounded. 73, in addition to those 446, are currently under investigation. And all the finalized cases are either where they're found to be founded or either recommend disciplinary action, which goes to our Labour Relations and HR section, and I, together with them, monitor that those disciplinary actions are all proceeded with, or they result in referrals to the SAPS or the Hawks, or to legal services for civil recovery. And of those 326 allegations which were found to be true, most of the disciplinary process has been completed and the remainder is still in progress. And those sanctions, and where they've been completed, the sanctions have included dismissal, demotion, suspension without pay, and written warning letters. And there's also been extensive training of all of our staff on fraud awareness and against corruption. This slide shows the status of disciplinary cases at the end of March 2025. There's more explanation in the comprehensive statement. I won't go into detail here, but the fact that the number in process is increasing from 24 to 25 is not a reflection of poor management of discipline. It's rather a reflection of increasing effectiveness of our internal audit unit as more cases have been referred to HR and Labour Relations. So our HR and Labour Relations units gets disciplinary referrals both from our internal audit section and from the SIU. As I indicated, I'm monitoring on a quarterly basis progress with all of these disciplinary cases, and there aren't any disciplinary cases which aren't being actively implemented in one way or another in the department. The disciplinary procedures of government are highly regulated. There's central bargaining chamber agreements which govern how you do disciplinary processes. As a result, they can be quite lengthy, but we find that it's important to follow the proper process, even though it may be lengthy, because if you don't, you might end up losing because you didn't follow the proper process. We're collaborating very closely with the SIU. We provide them with additional requests for information, which are attended to promptly. I think the Minister might have mentioned that we've recently agreed with the SIU, and it was in its presentation to SCOPA as well, that we're going to jointly establish a water sector anti-corruption forum, which is in the process of being established. Its inaugural meeting has been held. Then in the following slides, we provide information on our progress to date with the SIU disciplinary referrals to the department, and there's more detail as well in the comprehensive statement. I won't go through them all, I'll skip these slides. But as you can see from the slides, all of them, none of them have just been sitting with nothing happening. Processes are underway for all of those referrals, and some of them have been completed. This slide just summarizes the SIU referrals to DWS entities. These entities have their own accounting authorities, and the SIU makes the referrals directly to the entities. So the committee might wish to call those accounting authorities to the committee to account for what they've done with regard to their referrals. But of course, we also have a role as the department, an oversight role over these entities. So we do monitor whether the entities are implementing the referrals from the SIU. And if necessary, our minister does write to the accounting authorities of the entities inquiring where progress has not been satisfactory. And then in terms, one of the issues we were asked to talk about was, or to report on, is operational effectiveness. And one of the key things that we've done to improve our operational effectiveness is to build the capacity of the department, including developing a new organogram which is better related to its core mandates, filling of top management positions with appropriately qualified staff. We know the Auditor General reported to SCOPA that we have a high vacancy rate, but that high vacancy rate is against our approved organogram. It's not against funded posts. And the reason why we still have underfunded posts on PERSOL is because we're still in a process of matching and placing since the new organogram was approved about 2.5 years ago. And we can't take the unfunded posts off PERSOL until the matching and placing process is finished, until we know exactly which posts are going to be filled through matching and placing and which aren't. But if you look at our vacancy rate against funded positions, it's less than 2%. And we haven't had any real increases in personnel budgets for several years now as a result of the general cabinet decision to try and reduce the percentage of government expenditure which goes on personnel. And so we have very little money to fill positions, but the little money that we have had has been focused on filling technical and scientific posts, such as staff to process water use licenses. One of the priorities of the department, and this was a priority of the President as well, it was part of the first phase of Operation Vulindlela, is to improve our turnaround times for issuing water use licenses, which is important to remove impediments to economic growth and investment. And in that regard, our performance has improved from 35% of water use license applications processed within 90 days in 22-23 to 76% currently. But we aim to do better. We want to get as close as possible to 100% processed within 90 days, which was the commitment of the President. We've also been focusing a lot on strengthening our regulation. In the comprehensive presentation, there's information about measures that we've taken to strengthen our regulation regarding the safety of dams, particularly following incidents such as the Jagersfontein tailings dam, which collapsed, and the dams which collapsed, the private dams, privately owned dams, which collapsed here in the Western Cape a year or so ago. We've also been strengthening our compliance, monitoring and enforcement of National Water Act provisions related to the protection of water resources and the prevention of pollution of water resources, and there's a lot more detail of that in the comprehensive statement. We were asked to report on our oversight responsibilities and mechanisms related to the water boards. This slide just shows all our oversight responsibilities that we have. If you look at what the Water Services Act says, the PFMA says, National Treasury Regulations and the Companies Act. And we are implementing all of these responsibilities thoroughly now. This slide shows the mechanisms that we use to implement those responsibilities. And as a result of that, this slide just gives a summary of certain key governance indicators for the water boards currently. It's a big improvement to how it was 5 or 10 years ago, and that you can see that the boards are in place. There's very few board vacancies, CEOs are in place and CFOs, and the corporate plans are submitted on time. That's just a selection of indicators. We were also asked to report on governance and management structures of the water trading entity. As indicated in the Auditor General report and the Auditor General presentation to SCOPA, a lot of our remaining audit findings relate to the water trading entity. It's not a separate entity, it's basically a trading account, even though it's called an entity. And it was created so that we can get money from the sale of raw water and ring fence that money and use it for the maintenance and operation of a national water resource infrastructure. That money is also used to enable the TCTA to raise money on the markets. As I indicated earlier, the TCTA doesn't have any of its own revenue streams. Currently, we collect all the revenue from the sale of raw water. So every couple of months, I sign off on a very large transfer to the TCTA to enable them to finance the huge loans that they've taken out for many of our national water resource infrastructure projects, including Lesotho Highlands Phase 2, for example. Given that it's a trading account and the department is not a separate entity, it's governed in the same way as our normal account. It's subject to all the same controls. The CFO is responsible for it, and operationally it's managed by our DDG Infrastructure Management. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DG. I just have some clarifying questions. There's 2 or 3, it's not a lot. And then I'll hand over to the members. Can we go back to the WTE? I'm now beginning to understand how it works. So, but I'm just going to try and get us to simplify. So basically, its purpose is to handle the transfers from National Treasury onto entities like the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, the Trans-Caledon, etc. Is that how it works? Because you know, when you're talking to the AG, you get a sense of, I don't know, like an office full of people with finance managers and all the rest, because you know there wasn't color in the explanation. So can you simplify it for us? What does it do?
Okay. So, Chairperson, the whole water sector is supposed to be financially self-sustaining in South Africa. That's the fiscal model of the country. Water is not funded from VAT or income tax. If it was, we would have to have a huge increase in taxes to be able to fund it. Water is supposed to be funded from revenue from the sale of water. So all our maintenance and operation of the dams is funded from revenue from the sale of water. We don't get money from National Treasury for maintaining and operating the dams. We get money to maintain and operate the dams from selling raw water. We sell raw water to the water boards, we sell raw water to irrigators, we sell raw water directly to large industrial consumers such as Sasol, for example, or Eskom. We sell water directly to them. All of that revenue comes into this account called the water trading entity. It's an account in the department. That revenue is used to fund our maintenance and operation. So we have staff in our infrastructure branch whose job it is to maintain and operate all the big dams. Their salaries are funded from the income from the sale of raw water. And also, as part of the principle that the water sector must be financially self-sustaining, most of the big dams that are built are funded by borrowing money on the markets. And those loans are paid off from revenue from the sale of the raw water, which is taken from the dams. We don't get any money from it's not a mechanism for transferring money from National Treasury. It's a mechanism for receiving revenue from the sale of water, using that revenue to pay for operation and maintenance of the dams, but also using that revenue to transfer to the TCTA for the TCTA to pay off loans which it makes. As you know, Chair, we as a national department can't borrow in terms of the PFMA. Only National Treasury can borrow on behalf of national departments. So in order to make this principle work, that the water sector must be financially self-sustaining, a long time ago they established the TCTA so that you could have an entity listed in Schedule 2 of the PFMA with borrowing powers. So that it could, but in all that time it's been working on the model of getting transfers from us, from our water trading entity, to enable it to pay off those loans.
Okay, thank you very much. I am now clarified on that one. So
Maybe, Chair, I can add. Thank you. With your permission, morning to you and the members and our minister and the team. Just to note for your record purposes that all the monies that are sitting in the water trading entity, like DG says, they are not monies that are coming from the fiscus. Very, very important. And those are the monies that you'll get from water use charges. Remember, there are water use charges that we charge for either the development of a resource itself, for the bulk, which is the water boards and others. It's very important because it's part of the broader pricing strategy. And when you say that certain people are saying there are many people who are setting their financiers and so forth, let's never...
No, I was imagining it in my head. Nobody said it.
No, but it's important because one of the things that we have raised in your notes that we said ministry must respond to, the SPV called TCTA, Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, is a creature of a statute. A creature of a statute that has actually over years demonstrated high level of capability. That's why you have your Lesotho Highlands Phase 1 that has been done through them. Currently they are doing Phase 2. Even the entire Diop Dam in Limpopo called Olifants River Development Model. All are those important ones. So that at least even during the term when we have an engagement, there is that particular appreciation. And that TCTA and the WTE will be at the center of the new organization called the National Water Resource Infrastructure Agency State-Owned Company Limited. That's where the relationship, I thought we should be able, so that when we started to do the engagements, we are on the same page on it. And in the main, even if Minister presents her budget on the 9th of July, in the main account, we'll be speaking about what Treasurer gives us, but on the trading entity, what will come from the water sales, which is in the main the water use charges that we must refund, because in the main, the government doesn't have money. Most of these big infrastructure projects to ensure water security in our country, they are funded off budget. Even what we need, if we don't go to the markets and have no capability to manage those entities well, it will cause some challenges. I thought, let me just add that in context, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. No, I really appreciate that context, because a correct understanding of which way the money flows, where does it come from, what is it used for our purposes is really important, given the sort of the comments from the Auditor General relating to the WTE, so that we can have the right conversation. Then, DG, I'll ask you to go back one more. I think there is that slide that speaks to the appointment of that one. So so this is where, Minister, I'm not going to ask you how do you determine someone is credible, because you might say I must Google it. But at least you are not eating. At least you are not eating in this moment, so. But I am also thinking of the presentations given to the committee previously, but also I think what we've seen happen with water boards, that things appear to fall apart significantly there. I'm from an area serviced by Amatole Water Authority, and they give me ulcers just reading what some of the instability that happens in those entities. And I'd like, Minister and DG, for you to actually express a very specific view, given that you have this responsibility, because it has an impact on two things: A, their audit outcomes themselves, and secondly, as you alluded to before, the ability of these authorities to also deliver on their mandate, and then municipalities. So it appears things kind of start falling off the cliff, and then they go on all the way to the bottom from there. So still using your time until quarter past, if you can express a specific view, are they working as they should? What level of improvements is still needed there? What are the issues? And basically, what's the plan?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members. Chair, we have 6 water boards. These 6 water boards, they perform differently. They have different capacity. The Rand Water Board, which is a water board or institution with 123 years in the water sector, so they are quite advanced. They are competing in the world. They are the infrastructure that they construct is in the top 4 of in the world in terms of their capacity. They are doing very well. Following the Rand Water, you have Umgeni Utugela Water Board. That is also doing very well. It has capacity. These 2 big water boards, they are with Rand Water. It is servicing an urban area, whilst Umgeni Utugela Water Board is servicing both urban and most of rural, because it services the entire KZN. With that said, Chair, in the rural provinces, you have villages which are not metered, where there is no collection of any revenue, but they are supposed to get water. Municipalities is supposed to provide water irrespective. Now, with the challenges of the 105 municipalities, these 2 water boards are also affected in terms of debts owed to them by municipalities. But with them, it's not as bad as the other 4. You have Lepelle North and Amatola. Amatola, there's been a lot of instability there. The water board, as well as in terms of the administration, there's been a lot of things happening there. To an extent, Chair, now we have an interim water board. We are finalizing the recruitment process. I think by July we'll have a new water board there. They've been in and out of court. You disband this one, they take you to court. You put the other one, they take you to court. So there've been 3 court cases. So we have won 2. Then one we were told to pay compensation to those previous water boards. But also there's interference in terms of the management of that institution, both by the labor, organized labor. There's been a lot of things happening there, to an extent that we have suspended a lot of people. Exactly what you are saying, Chair, that they give headache, because they are supposed to service that area of Buffalo City as well as the entire Amatole. Amatole is owing that water board huge amount of money. Amatole is unable to pay Amatola. We have met several times with Amatole. We have agreed on a minimum amount that they are supposed to pay, but unfortunately, they don't service their debt. And when they don't service, Chair, this water has to be treated. The bulk water pipeline has to be maintained as well. But when Amatole is not paying, it then affects. So they collect less than what they are supposed to do. That is Amatola. Lepelle North, it operates in Limpopo and part of Northwest. But also, those municipalities are category B municipalities, which also don't really have enough revenue that they collect. Or if they collect, they do everything else except to invest back to the water infrastructure. So that those are the 4. Then we have the 2, which is we had Sidibeng Water Board, which went bankrupt, and it had a huge debt. We had to establish the Mahalis water, and the Mahalis had to inherit all that huge debt from Sidibeng. So Mahalis has not yet stabilized because of that huge debt. Having incurred a huge debt, you have municipalities that you give water who don't pay. Similar situation with the Val Central Water Board. There was Bloemhof, and when that collapsed, all the assets and the huge debt were inherited by the Val Central. Val Central is currently giving water or supplying the entire Free State as well as Northern Cape. Free State municipalities, all of them are in the ICU. They don't pay anything. Instead, they rush to court when you give them letter of demand. So our water boards, they know the mandate, but they are constrained because of the debt that is owed to them. Except what I've said in terms of the capacity. We have water boards that are within the term of office in four water boards. Amatola, we are going to appoint a new water board. Lepelle, We have already advertised and we are on a shortlisting process to have a new board. In terms of governance, these other boards are quite stable, but they are weakened by the debts that are owed to them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. So what we will do, because we hear about audit outcomes and the like, so just so you don't think we're targeting you, we're actually trying to assist. So water, logistics, education and skills, etc. are focus themes of the committee that we've decided on. So I think what we'll do is we will take the AG's audit outcomes for the water boards, and then we ask you to come back again and we have a holistic conversation about all of them, because I think that will assist. The second thing is that it will also give us an opportunity to talk about some of the principles we have in government. I get why they have to be self-sustaining, but you have some systemic problems. If municipality A and B are collapsing, you're not going to be able to fulfill that principle at all. And therefore, you need to think of another idea, because water is a fundamental right. People have to have it, and it must be clean and not make them sick. And so we'll get an opportunity to just work through those issues, ministers. And I don't want to delay Honorable Neil May any longer, because I can see she's chomping at the bits to engage. Over to you, Honorable Neil May. So you'll have until 1:45, then we'll take a break.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me greet the Honourable Minister, our colleagues here, your delegation, our Deputy Minister. Honourable Minister, allow me to begin by commending you and your department for the commendable efforts you've undertaken thus far in addressing the long-standing challenges within the water and sanitation sector. The progress we've seen, particularly in terms of the turnaround strategy and steps taken to improve compliance and governance, is encouraging. It is clear that there is a genuine commitment to strengthening service delivery and restoring public confidence in this critical department. We appreciate the slides that were sent to us. It was quite comprehensive. And your leadership in steering the department towards a culture of accountability and improved performance is duly noted. And I wish to acknowledge the hard work of all the officials who are contributing to this ongoing transformation. That being said, I would like to now pose a few questions in relation to the most recent findings of the Auditor General, and particularly on areas where concerns were raised, and how your department plans to ensure full compliance going forward. Honourable Minister, can you guarantee first time round that the financial statements will be prepared adequately? I'm saying that because in the audit outcomes of the department, they've remained the same for the past 3 years, with an unqualified audit opinion, with findings on compliance with legislation once again in the 2023-24 financial year. And the finding in 23-24 was based on material misstatements in the disclosure notes of the submitted financial statements, which were subsequently corrected. The AG noted that management had not adequately reviewed the annual financial statements before submission for audit. What measures is management putting in place to ensure thorough reviews of the financial statements before submission? And specifically, how are daily and monthly controls being enhanced to ensure the accuracy and credibility of the financial statements to prevent material misstatements? So the AG highlighted inadequate internal controls over the reporting of disclosure notes, particularly regarding commitments and contingent assets. And what steps has the department taken to address this control weakness? So we've heard about your turnaround plan, we've heard about the internal audit, and I wanted to also check if internal audit action plan is an approved internal audit action plan to address the audit findings of the financial statements? And if so, what specific corrective actions have been included to prevent recurrence of the issues identified in the 2023-2024 financial statements? For that, I'm going to stop, and I have about another 4 questions after that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you, Honourable Nilmay, for that, for those questions, as well as the appreciation of what we are trying to do. Fully agreeing with you that there are concerns that the HE has raised in terms of full compliance, and the issue about the annual financial statement that are not of a good standard. We have DG, who's accounting officer, with the chief financial officer, who's here. Through you, Chair, may I then allow through you that the DG and the CFO must respond to these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the CFO to start, and then I might add. We also have our Head of Internal Audit with us, Michael Mutsatsi, who might also want to add after the CFO. CFO?
Thank you.
He might look very tired. He was running the Congress Marathon. He just came in this morning. He finished. Yes, he finished the race. Thank you.
I saw a note, I think it was on one of these platforms, who said, Peter Marisbeck, people okay? I see a lot of people moving from Peter Marisbeck to Durban.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, Chairperson, Scopa members and Minister DM. Chairperson, it is correct that in the previous financial year there were challenges regarding the annual financial statements. We have put in corrective measures. We did develop an audit action plan which was also approved. It went through our audit committee. But also as management, we have noted that most of the challenges were coming from our projects that we are implementing through the municipalities as well as the water boards. I think the Director General also mentioned the point that we have strengthened our controls on oversight around implementing agents. So all the projects that we are having, totaling plus 10 billion in terms of commitments, the department is required to account for those transactions in the department's books. So over the previous financial year, there were challenges. The DG approved a standard operating procedure and circular which required of us to perform monthly confirmations and reconciliations with the municipalities as well as the water board. And that has helped us a lot. We also introduced the monthly financial statements that the finance unit is compiling. So that assisted us to ensure that the errors which would have ordinarily been picked up at the end of the financial year, those are picked up early in the period. And another challenge specifically on the water trading entity relates to the Lesotho Highland Water Project. In the Chairperson, it's a timing difference. Every year we receive inputs for the projects after 31st of May, which is our PFMA deadline, and in Lesotho they are operating on a different framework. So we have also agreed with the Auditor General. They do allow us to make those amendments to the financial statements once we have obtained the information from Lesotho. So it has been happening over the years, and we are also engaging with the Office of the Accountant General to see if we can have an alternate way of reporting for the project. But currently, every year we are required to amend, and those are material amounts that we have to adjust once we receive all the documents from our TCTA colleagues from Lesotho Highland project. I think overall, Chairperson, that is the summary that I can provide, that we have the SOPs and circulars and monthly financial statements. Thank you, Teacher.
Chair, Michael, would you like to add?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, honorable members and Minister and DM. Internal audit does follow up on action plans that are developed by management, and we specifically review them to make sure that we address the root causes. And based on that, they develop action plans which we monitor on a quarterly basis and report the outcome of those to the audit committee. The audit committee also has sight of them. They review them, they interrogate them, and subsequently approve them. So we don't only look at the AGSA findings, we also look at the internal audit findings. Based on the reports that we issued, we make sure that management does address those issues to make sure that we don't then have repeat findings. Thank you.
Maybe just to add on one point, Chair, as you know, the Lesotho Highlands Water Project is a very ambitious multinational project. Lesotho and South Africa are both sovereign countries. So we have struggled in the past, sometimes because the Lesotho Highlands Development Authority, which is the body, the implementing agent, is a Lesotho-based organization. We've struggled sometimes to get information timelessly from them because they're on a different time frame. And it's not something entirely in our control, given that Lesotho is a separate sovereign country. But we continue to endeavor to address this issue and to try and address the auditor's concerns about the timelessness of the provision of that information.
Chair, just for one point is that because our relationship is good with the AG, on this question that is being asked, we might have to, apart from the internal controls that the accounting officers reported to the ministry, we might consider issues of interim audits. They are very, very helpful just to manage this thing, because if you could see, in as much as in the past, we used to have a modification actually before the audit. But if you look at the last audit, immediately the audit was done, there was no further modification. You could see that the internal mechanism are working. In the past, when we used to have a disclaimer many years ago, more than 5-6 years ago, even after the audit will have been done, you still have to open up the books just to do these corrections. You know, disclaimer is the worst kind. But apart from that, Minister, the internal audit action plan, we receive it, they account on it. But the AG knows we're coming from a department that had no accountability, and it was nearly technically insolvent. We know that it might cost us a little bit just to test, because interim audit is about testing whether the current measures that are in place are starting to work. Because in terms of the performance contract with the minister, we want a clean audit as the soonest, so that we don't have any material misstatements or material findings. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'll come back to you, Honorable Nilme. I just want to say, so there are several entities that are affected by this kind of problem. So I know that ESCOM is affected by municipalities in as far as the impairment number, because they don't know when municipalities will pay or whether they've got the ability or not. PIC by different financial years between themselves and the entities they invest in, and then it goes all the way to the department that oversees the agency that put money with the PIC and so on. So what we'll do, we're going to have a workshop as the committee, I think it's in July, because we need to work through and decide what conversation we have with the AG, because when the AG says to us they couldn't provide information on time, sometimes we think you didn't care, right? And I think it's important that we have a way or that is legally compliant, that is transparent, where we isolate and identify the nature of the problems, separate from poor record keeping and all of these instances of negligence. So that's the one thing. The second thing, sorry, Honorable Name, I just want to ask a question, DG, because I think, or or CFO, one of you. So does that mean, because we went on an oversight visit as a committee to OR Tambo, where I come from, and we visited a dam there which is not yet there, despite it really needing to be there. Now, that's OR Tambo District Municipality. I think it's one of these, it provides water, it doesn't collect water revenue, if I understand correctly. What happens in that case? Because they are the audit outcomes of the district municipality itself and the performance against objectives, etc. Does that roll up onto your audit outcomes itself in the case of a project like that, where it's a bulk water project, possibly has transfers from national government? I think it does. And yet the management and the financial management thereof is wanting. So what happens, and what then becomes the intervention?
Thank you, Chair. If the project is funded fully or in part by us, then we have to account for those transfers to the municipality. But I'm not sure of the details of the project you visited, but such projects can also be funded by the municipality itself from its own revenue or from its own borrowing, or it could be funded by a grant from another department, such as COGTA, for example, through the MIG. But we have to account and report to the Auditor General on our allocations to the municipality and our monitoring of the expenditure by the municipality. CFO, do you want to add?
DG, that's correct. And where you have indirect grant allocations, then we'll have to account for the assets as well as commitments in our books. And then after completion of the infrastructure, we transfer it back to the municipality. That is in case of the indirect grant to the municipality.
All right, thank you. Sorry, Honorable Nelmay.
No, thank you, Chair. And my third question will be added to your question. My second question, Honourable Minister, is the department spent 21.3 billion, or 99.8% of its appropriated budget, of 21.4 billion for the 2023-24 financial year. A major concern is the overall annual performance achievement of only 70% of the set targets, despite the department spending 99.8% of its approved budget for the year. So here again, possibly this is where the different entities have different dates. How does the department account for achieving only 70% of its performance targets? And what corrective measures or information can we have and ensure that future spending translates into improved performance outcomes?
No, this one, Chair, I will handle it. Honourable May, what happens is that if you read our annual report, you will see that there are two main programs where you look at the issues of performance information. The performance information is not the same as the financial information that is there. And in the main, this is caused by those two main programs are the infrastructure programs. In other words, most of our infrastructure projects are multi-year. And if they are multi-year, they are funded, Chairperson, over a period of time. That's the main reason. But if you check the performance of completed work is at 77%, as compared to the previous financial years, we've done very badly. But if you check the work that is actually ongoing in the same pie chart there, you will see that we have an achievement of 20%, Honourable May. That's what you see. In other words, that's the issue. It will never be able to be closer together all the time because the bulk of the work is infrastructure related. And some of the things that Minister she has actually dealt with, including the DG, is to unblock. Some of our projects, you'll be shocked to see. Minister deployed me to Northwest. One project I went there to oversee, it had taken 11 years, imagine. they take long. That's why the unblocking of major projects, she was in Glen Williams as an example, that has been delayed for years. She has done the Lesotho, that has been delayed by closer to 10 years. That's how you look at the financial performance information vis-a-vis the non-financial performance information. But comparatively, there is an improvement. But what is the solution? The solution is to tighten up project management capability, of which the minister, through this water services branch, in the main, where DTG Mate is there with competent engineers. You will address what you saw, Honorable Chairperson, in OR Tambo and elsewhere, just to get these projects to move. But even if you can push this performance, Chair, it will never be fully aligned. It will never be at the same point because of the nature of the work that is done by Program 2 and Program 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Basically, it was very similar to the question that I was going to add, as the department continues to face significant challenges in the timely delivery of infrastructure projects, which is what you'd mentioned now, funded through the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant and the Water Services Infrastructure Grant, Schedule 6B. And delays in the implementation of these projects have had material impacts on service delivery, particularly in the communities that depend on access to reliable water and sanitation infrastructure. Do the action plans, Minister, developed and implemented by the department to address delays in Schedule 6B infrastructure projects specifically include measures to strengthen ethical leadership, professionalization of the sector, project management, and contract management? And if not, why not? Given that these are known root causes of delays in public infrastructure delivery. And I think those are the areas that we had discussed. I mean, we're not sure if the Umtata, the dam, was a grant funding that was spent, or was it capital infrastructure from the OR Tambo District Municipality. To add to that, are these action plans actively monitored by senior management and the executive authority to ensure accountability and drive meaningful progress? How many regional bulk infrastructure grant and water services infrastructure grant Schedule B projects have been delayed by more than 5 years? You did mention a few now, but I think if you could just put that formally into this answer. Thank you.
Through you, Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Neil May. In terms of both WISIG and RIPIC, the Water Service Infrastructure Grant and the Regional Bulk Infrastructure Grant, as we allocate to municipalities, we rely on the municipality to implement that. I must say to these honourable members in this meeting here, we are not very strong in terms of monitoring. To an extent that when we have allocated those funds, we have since realized that most of the municipalities, because of lack of capacity, because of appointing contractors that are unable to do and deliver on time, funds have been sent back to National Treasury. And it pains one. For instance, the OR Tambo municipality, that's where this has happened. And we have taken a resolution that from this financial year, where there are incomplete projects, we must not make the community suffer more than it has already suffered. That money was allocated, but the municipality, which is a water service authority, could not deliver those projects on time. So we have taken a decision that in those municipalities that we have already observed that there is no capacity whatsoever, we are going to intervene through our water entities in terms of fast tracking the implementation of those grants. How many water projects are delayed? I might not have those numbers right now, but if the chairperson and the committee allows us to send additional information where we're going to put province by province and the amount therefore and the area where that project is, we can gladly do that. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Go ahead, DG.
Thanks, Chair. Just to add a few points. At any one time, we have more than 600 projects around the country, approximately funded by RBIG or WISIG. So we would have to go and do a complete review of all of those projects and come back to the committee with information on how many have been delayed by more than 5 years. But we'll provide that information. I'd just like to make a couple of other points. One is that with construction projects, there are often unforeseeable delays. For example, there can be extremely heavy rain, which can mean construction can't happen on site. There can be unforeseen ground conditions, or there can be disruptions in a project due to strikes or due to local business forums disrupting a project, demanding participation. But projects can also be delayed due to poor project management or contract management by the municipalities. So what we've done increasingly in the last few years is, before we give money to a municipality to implement a project, we assess whether we think they've got sufficient capability to implement the project. And if they don't, we convert the grant to an indirect grant, and we appoint other implementing agents to do it on behalf of the municipality. Quite often our water boards, but also increasingly we've been using the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which has quite an effective project management infrastructure implementation unit as an implementing agent in those instances. We have also been strengthening our monitoring of the grants. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, we've restructured the department. We previously didn't have a water services branch for the department. So there was very little capability in the department to monitor these grant allocations to municipalities. We now have at head office an infrastructure branch. We've hired a water services branch. We've hired engineers to assist our regional offices to monitor the larger grant-funded projects to municipalities. And our regional offices spend a lot of their time monitoring these implementation of these projects by the municipalities. They have close relationships with the municipalities, and at any one time they can give you a very comprehensive information on exactly what is happening with the projects. We are limited to some extent, Honourable Member, in that if a municipality has got a grant, it's got a project going, and it's not project managing it and contract managing it as well as it should, we have limitations in the degree to which we can instruct a municipality to change what it's doing in terms of our powers as a national department. But we can take measures, for example, as saying, well, if you don't improve your expenditure on this project, we're going to move some of the allocation to another project in another municipality which is being better managed and is moving faster, and then we'll provide you with money to finish the project later.
Chair, can we just conclude our input on this one to say, at a Polka level, Minister has made that in our meeting with the executive in administration, we make them to report on ongoing project, on all these major projects. One of the decisions we have also made in major projects, we have what we call it, working with premiers, MECs and mayors, called Polka steering committees that include traditional leaders and others, just to oversee. For an example, the minister agreed with her counterpart in Lesotho. We're not happy with the progress that has been made. Apart from her visit, the Portfolio Committee visiting, we've agreed now that our Lesotho Highlands Commission, Water Commission, on quarterly basis they will report. At the very same time in Skukun and Limpopo, we do have that thing of the Duop Dam. There is a political steering committee for the Oli Funds Management Model. We oversee with the Premier there. Mfuleni is the same, KwaZulu-Natal, Mkhanyakude, and elsewhere. But we also made a decision that the three of us, on every week, every Friday or the weekend, we do actually project oversight visits so that we can be able to ensure we deal with those issues. On our own implementing agent for issues of indirect transfer where we do implement, because the capacity of implementing agent is a problem. Minister uses either the construction unit, which has been there, built many, many times over time. There are serious reforms just to help them to be more effective, including some of the water boards in as much as they are in a different capability. The biggest challenge we'll continue to face around project delays is issues of corruption and malfeasance, where many of the tenders, they can't proceed because at a local level, they might not have agreed who must get the tender. It's the biggest issue that we're dealing with. But at the very same time, what DG says, we're dealing with those people who claim to be business people. They come and actually demand 30% without doing the work. In other words, it's extortions. Then including the vandalism of that infrastructure. That's why water is part of issues of priority crimes. There is an interministerial committee that deals with the issues of vandalism of infrastructure and other issues. We are part of that particular program so that we don't have problems, including working with the SIU in a manner that is closer to the fusion center. Remember, in health, they established an anti-corruption forum. Minister has concluded with the SIU head after the water sector indaba that we had. There is a water and sanitation sector anti-corruption forum. Is not looking at the department, but is looking at the entirety of the water sector. As we are quite aware that certain individuals have lost their lives in the water sector. And there's a lot of criminality that is happening there. Those are some of the initiatives, including security plans, lifestyle audit, doing certain things that must be done around that, those who are working in the sector, so that at least we can eliminate. The progress they've made around planning delays. Remember, planning delays is mostly the designs that are not there. They've improved on that one. The issues of authorization, like your EIAs, which normally delays projects, your water use licensing. The other time, just Guyana as an example, it got so delayed on the basis that we never sorted issues from planning called servitudes. You want to do a pipeline in someone's property, and in the middle of the project, they have an agreement that is not written down. Someone says, but this pipeline can't pass my community without my community getting what? There was a time when Minister had to intervene somewhere in Vembe, when the water is moving from Vembe to Mopane. They said, no, we can see that you've put a 49-kilometer pipeline to Mopane, but we're not getting water. This thing is not going to arrive there. And in the last administration, I spent more time just sorting out issues, just planning issues. Because if you don't sort out the planning issues, the issue of construction is the easiest one. As long as you get the ducks in the row around planning, getting communities involved, you eliminate all these risks. We've improved in that particular aspect. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. It's one of the things in our ongoing conversation we'll be dealing with, the project management capacity, the project planning, the contract management, and so on. But we'll deal with those on an ongoing basis. I'd like us to take a break. It's 10:53. Can we be back here at 11:10? Thank you. Colleagues, thank you very much and welcome back. So what we'll do is, Honorable Neil May, because you had one or two, you'll ask your questions and then Honorable Bills will continue and then you get answers together, if that's fine. That's more efficient.
No, thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, according to the 2023-24 annual report, a total of 37 deviations were processed and finalised during the financial year. Of these, 27 transactions related to sole supplier procurement, 1 to emergency procurement, and 9 involved limited bidding. In addition, 42 contract expansions and variations were processed and finalised during the same period. What processes were followed to assess sole supplier deviation applications, and was a detailed market analysis conducted prior to submission for approval? And coupled on that, were all requests for contract extensions and variations reviewed, checked and verified prior to approval? If so, by whom? Chair, I'll add my second question and my final question. From the material irregularity, payment made to a consulting firm without evidence of work performed, estimated financial loss of 17.9 million. According to the AG, the department has strengthened internal controls, which we have seen, reported the matter to the South African Police Services, completed disciplinary actions, and is awaiting the outcome of the ongoing court case. What is the current status of the ongoing court case to recover the 17.9 million paid? And what actions will the department take if the court does not rule in its favour? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and Minister, well done on your maiden speech. I must say, I was just saying to my honourable mate next to me here, it's quite actually refreshing to see a department that is open, transparent, and so, you know, we've sat through a lot of chaos in the last couple of weeks. So I do compliment you and your department. I'm not saying that because it's your maiden speech, but just, and to the CFO, well done. As a fellow comrade, I can call you comrade this week. It's not a word I use, but well done, comrade, and hats off to you. And yeah, congratulations. They do call it, it's a human, it's a massive achievement. So well done. So I'm going to just do a comment first, and then I'm going to get into the WTE. And my comment is about the tale of two cities. You know, I come from eThekwini. The water losses are becoming horrific. It's 57% at the moment. They're losing, I can tell you now, it's a staggering amount of 615 million litres of water a day. I mean, it is staggering. It's costing ratepayers 1.8 billion a year. So it's just getting worse and worse and worse. And then I've just got to say it, you know, you spoke favorably about Shwani, and I think it's important how local municipality working with national departments can things turn around. So I just want to compliment Dr. Nasipi Moya from Action SA. You know, good leadership can turn the ship around, but I just wish that would happen in eThekwini because it is a huge problem. And then just a general question, the DG talked about 400 billion required to upgrade water infrastructure at municipalities. What is the total value of infrastructure and what percentage is that? And how bad is it getting every year? Because that sounds like it's a huge crash that's going to happen if it's not addressed. I mean, we can't put our heads in the sand. If it's not addressed, it's just going to lead to total chaos. And then in terms of the WTE, I'd just be interested to know that as an accountant, the pricing of raw material, you charge the water boards, you charge the municipalities, you charge other units. Who determines that actual price? And as a consumer in a municipality, what checks and balances are there to say that there is not being ripped off, you know, in terms of the value chain? And then the WTE over the last 5 years had a unqualified audit report with findings, and I think it's quite sad when we start celebrating unqualified reports with findings, because there's a lot of information in the findings, and that's been the last 5 years. And every year the AG makes certain recommendations to improve, but those recommendations aren't being followed on. So what comfort can we get as a committee that we're not going to accept unqualified with findings as the norm, but rather being unacceptable? So what steps are in place for that? And then I see the WTE is owed a significant amount of money. When I looked at the financials, I think it was 18 billion. The debtors' days, the previous financial year were 451 days. The current year, it is 473 days. And what is it currently, and who owes all that money? And ultimately, if that money is not paid, what are the consequences of that money being not paid? Because it does sound like a crash is coming. It goes from the municipalities to the water boards and then up to you guys. And yeah, it's, I mean, 18 billion rand is a huge amount of money. And in the last financial year, there was a write-off of debtors that weren't charged. What was the actual reason for that, and how much actually was involved? Because the AG made a note that due to a change in the system or something relating to the system, there was an error with receivables. So a certain amount of money, water that was supplied wasn't charged. So what is the value of that, and what consequences have come through that? You've done a significant amount of slides on the material irregularities and fruitless and weightless, and I compliment you on that for your transparency, so I'm not going to go into that. But then the DG also mentioned that the supply of raw water material, the infrastructure is in a good nick. But I do note that the researcher picked up there is quite a significant backlog in manufacturing in that. And what is causing this backlog? And is it an area for us to be, because if we can't supply raw water material, everything's just going to crash and burn after that. Thank you, Chair.
Please go ahead, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Neil May and Honourable Bills. On the 37 deviations that have been lifted by the AG, and what are the processes that we are following up, we are going to respond through DG and CFO. In terms of the court case, I was on record, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, in one of the parliamentary session on questions where I was saying, if it was out of our own making, we're going to request to have special courts that are going to deal with all corruption-related cases and be done and dusted with. They take rather too long to be completed. For instance, if you talk about pollution, we talk to municipalities. We warn municipalities, the last option is to go to court. Whilst you are in court, it's dragging for 5 to 7 years, the pollution does not stop, unfortunately. So these court cases are taking very long, and once the matter is in court, there's nothing that we can do. We must allow the court to unfold. That's the disadvantage. Honourable Bills, thank you very much. Our coming to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts is to account on budget that has been allocated to us. We understand fully the mandate of this committee, and we respect that, because out of this engagement will come out of this meeting being better people, because you look at issues that we might not have looked at as the ministry, but it assists us that we also strengthen our oversight over our own department. In eThekwini, it is true that their non-revenue water is very high. However, through the presidential intervention project, where the president has ensured that it brings together different stakeholders to assist eThekwini to reduce their non-revenue water, but also to accelerate their provision of water. I must say, for the past 6 months that since the president has assisted eThekwini, there is a reduction in terms of the water leaks. The challenge of the big cities It's a growing population, is growing economy, but a decaying infrastructure. When an asbestos pipe bursts, you can't fix. We have to replace. But is there enough budget to do the replacement? Certainly not. That is why the president intervened to say, private sector come in, let's assist our municipalities to replace, manage the water resource. In Johannesburg City, the president has also intervened to put stakeholders together to say assist, be on hands-on. That is what we want to do in Mfuleni and many other concessions that we have, like in Mbombela, where some companies are coming in to say we want to assist, because if there is no water, we as industries and factories were unable to operate. So we think that if we could reduce these leaks, it will improve the provision of water in these big cities. We think that this approach must go to all the metros, not only the two. Yes, Gauteng has 3 metros because they are an economic hub of our country. But with the population of eThekwini, Mangaung, Metro, Buffalo City Metro, with the city of Cape Town, which has not those leaks that are when you compare it with others. So we are taking note of that, Chair, and we think that this committee, this interaction, is bringing also a lot of counseling to us on how to approach the issues, as well as the turnaround strategy. What is the turnaround strategy in terms of unqualified reports that by the WTE component, but also who determines water pricing? That is the question that Salka is fighting with us, that you are referees and players at the same time. The water boards will engage stakeholders, then propose to us. For instance, there was a lot of unhappiness by municipalities in terms of raising the water tariffs, but they are with the municipalities that are owed, with the municipalities that are supposed to clean, with the water boards that are supposed to clean water. You cannot not increase the tariffs, but that has been raised several times by Salka and other municipalities, that you must have another level or other people who can determine your pricing. Dear Mashoba, want to add exactly on this point?
No, thanks, Comrade Minister. Chairperson, on the question of water use pricing, is a determination by law. Remember, the National Water Act talks about water use charges. Then we are required by National Water Resource Strategy to produce a pricing strategy that we review from time to time. There are 3 components, Honorable, on the question of water use charges. There's a water resource development charge, which is the development of the infrastructure itself. And that's where we actually get most of the monies that you pay to TCTA. The money that you pay to TCTA is sitting on the water trading entity. And the other money is the one that Minister refers to, is the bulk water charge. The bulk water charge is where the infrastructure is, in the main, the treatment of water by the water boards. They will always come to the minister and say, looking at the input cost, there is a formula that is cost reflective. In the main, it looks at the issues of the asset condition, what needs to be done, the issues of labor, there are implications for labor. There are also implications around input costs like electricity and others. Those are the issues that normally does the determination. The last one is the retail price, the one that you and me we pay from our households. I'm told it has gone up very significantly, Chairperson. Minister shares an advisory committee. Is one of the things that the NDP said we needed to do, where we needed to establish an independent economic regulator. Underline the word economic regulator. It's about water pricing. Over some time, there was an advisory committee with economists, accountants, and people who are engineers that are advising minister. Is like a quasi NERSA of some sort. Independently, they look at the proposals that are there. They come to a determination, and minister still has to proceed as part of Operation Vulindlela number 2. Just to have her own formal independent water economic regulator, not for the entire water sector, just the economic component. It will require that we need to put a bill, because so that it has that element of independence. But we have said it's not going to be only for about bulk, which is the second component in terms of the user charge or the water resource development charge. It will also include the retail. We want it the entire value chain, because municipalities, Chairperson, are not regulated themselves on how much they can charge us at the end of the day. These are the reforms that are captured in them. We are absolutely correct. You know, when it comes to the monies that must come to the water trading entity, which is the money that we give, the water boards, they buy water from us. When the water boards, they buy money from us, what minister says, they sell the water that is treated to a certain client, and the clients that don't pay, it will make water boards not to pay us. This is a ripple effect, Chairperson. Especially the water boards, minister says they are the most vulnerable. In your risk matrix, there are those that we call them high risk. High risk is your Mahalis. Your high risk is the Val Central, because they took those big debts. You know, a municipality called Machabing owes us close to 7 billion rands alone. Then there's those one we call them moderate risk. Your Lipele, your Amatola, in terms of including overback. Then you have your Rand Water and Umgen. Umgen is more at risk, between moderate risk and low risk, because now that they must look after the entire of KwaZulu-Natal, we have that particular. That's the ripple effect. Despite the efforts of the minister to say, but you know what, put a payment plans, there is a defaulting. The financial conditions of local government, they are at the worst state. Therefore, you look at just them owing the water boards. Minister said to you, water boards are owed 25 billion. And they're not that 25 billion is owed by water boards. And water boards and other entities, they owe us. The other entities you'll have something like called the irrigation schemes. We now converted them to Water Use Association, but some of them, they are actually our agencies just to do the collection. That's how I thought we should be able to look at that particular issue. But on the issue of the backlogs, you know, the department, minister, she's correct. When it comes to national water resource infrastructure, that is meant for water security, that one is still in good condition. But it does not necessarily mean, because every time when you look at water, there are two factors in water infrastructure. There's an economic factor, which is your underinvestment, whether on O&M or whether CAPEX is the same. Secondly, there's a second component called failing physical factors, which is just ailing infrastructure. In our case, our infrastructure is still in good condition. There is some backlogs in terms of maintenance. You look at the numbers, we're running at 39%, but there is a renewal of the assets all the time. Minister says the dams, we always check them. You know, if our dams, they were not in good condition, how we manage the integrated Var River system, the releases that were happening there, including the Blue Morph and the other dams that minister to go and see them. Some of them, they are closer to 100 years. Some of them, they are above 70 years. They are still in good condition because of the quality of engineering. That even continues today, even when we did with the Lesotho Highlands. But in our case, we must do more. When you come to national water resource infrastructure for the country on water security, the assurance levels that there is a guarantee that there will be water all the time. The assurance level is at 98% in terms of confidence limit, 98%. Then there's a municipal one that minister normally says, but the problem is the municipal system. On the municipal system, because the infrastructure there is underinvestment, which is an economic factor, then physical, which is the ailing infrastructure. In as much as people have water 90% in their homes, the taps that are there, but reliability has dropped to 67%, 68%, national average. In certain municipalities like eThekwini, we were very modest. In reality, they were at 62%, the losses. It's Johannesburg that is at 52%. Emfuleni, the losses are at 72%. In other words, you have a reliability that is less than 30%. Then you can see the numbers, just if you look at the ratios. 98% national water resource infrastructure, but then the issues of water resource infrastructure for water services provision, just national average is 68. And then the issues of average for water losses, non-revenue water, depending on everybody there, that factor is at 47 to 48%. It varies, but that's why you have people that have water. You have a tap, you can run for days, you can run for weeks. The water will not come out. We call it the reliability factor. I thought let me respond to those ones. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue of deviations, we do follow the Treasury regulations, which allow an accounting officer to approve deviations. And there's also a National Treasury instruction note covering deviations, which says that if it's impractical to invite competitive bids, we may procure the required goods by other means, but we must record the reasons given, and it must be approved by the accounting officer. And those other means include limited bidding or written price quotations, or procurement that occurs in emergency situations and urgent cases. As a department with a very large budget, both on the WTE and on the grant expenditure, we do many hundreds of transactions a year. So while 37 deviations might sound like a lot, it's not a lot compared to the total number of procurement transactions that we have. We do now, since we've implemented our financial recovery plan and our improved controls, we make sure that this National Treasury instruction note is followed to the letter with every single deviation. So the written records are kept. All the deviations go through our bid committees. I only approve a deviation if it's signed off by our bid committees and by the CFO. And the bid adjudication committees, when they assess the recommendations for deviation, they assess whether it is indeed either an emergency or urgent, or whether there's any other practical way of doing the procurement, and whether the price charged is market-related and reasonable. We do then always report these deviations to National Treasury and the Auditor General when they're above the limit set in terms of the Treasury instruction. And we keep records with the reports of the reasons why and the names of the why we went through deviation, the names of the suppliers, etc. And this is also checked by our internal audit and reported to our internal audit committee, and our risk management unit also monitors these deviations as well. In terms of the types of deviations that we've made, some examples of the types of deviations. One of the deviations was related to hiring water tankers to provide relief to areas affected by the floods in KwaZulu-Natal, which was an emergency one. But there was also one deviation for hiring of plant for the Guyana project. It wasn't emergency, but it was urgent. If we hadn't done that urgent procurement on the basis of quotations, it would have resulted in big delays on other portions of that Guyana project, which would have had very high cost implications. And then sometimes some of the deviations were related to where there were very good reasons for reappointing a previously appointed service provider. For example, some of them related to reappointing service providers who'd done forensic investigations as part of our internal audit processes into financial misconduct. And we then needed the services again to provide evidence during the disciplinary hearing. So it made sense to reappoint those companies without going through a competitive bidding process because they had intimate knowledge of the cases. And then sometimes it makes sense for us to use other public sector organizations such as our water trading entity. Sometimes we appoint, our Water Research Commission. Sometimes we appoint our Water Research Commission to carry out research for us as a public entity, which is a non-profit organization, without going through an open tender process, because they can respond quickly, and sometimes we need that research done quickly. And also another deviation, for example, was where we appointed the University of Pretoria and the University of Witwatersrand, who have the necessary expertise, they're public organizations, to do an independent investigation into the failure of the Jagersfontein tailing storage dam. On the issue of the question asked by, I think it was Honourable Beasley, on what's the total value of municipal water and sanitation assets? I don't know. We don't know the answer. We'll have to talk to National Treasury and see if we can get the answer to that and come back to the committee on that. But Honourable Beasley is right, and as indicated by the Deputy Minister, the thing that keeps us awake at night is the deterioration of municipal water and sanitation infrastructure. Our blue and green and no drop reports, which we released in 2023, showed there'd been a significant deterioration in the state of the infrastructure. We are doing more blue and green and no drop assessments now. The processes are underway. We will be releasing new blue, green and no drop reports at the end of this year and at the end of next year and the year after as well. So we'll then be able to see whether this deterioration is continuing or whether it's bottomed out or not. I'm going to ask the CFO to also talk about a couple of issues. With regard to Honourable Beasley's question, I'm not sure that I understood it completely, but I interpret it to be that there's backlogs of maintenance of national water resource infrastructure. The short answer to that is that we would like to be spending more on the maintenance of our dams, even though they are in a relatively good condition, as indicated by the Deputy Minister, but we would like to be spending more. In order to spend more, we need to deal with the debts owed to our water trading entity and improve our revenue collection rates for the water trading entity, because, as you'll recall, Chair, that operational maintenance of the dams is funded by revenue from the sale of water. So I'm going to ask the CFO to talk about the measures that we are implementing to improve our credit control of the debts owed to the water trading entity. Frans?
Thank you, Chairperson. Also, to add to the point around the deviations, I can confirm that we do perform those market analysis. Before you submit a request, it must be approved also by the specifications committee to make sure that there is a record of the specifications or the terms of reference. So we do perform those market analysis. And then also with regard to the variations, contracts, if there are any amendments, they do go through that thorough process. In the past, it is true that most of these would move directly from the end user to the Director General, but we have since put in these control measures where the bid committees assess and ensure that there is compliance, then recommend to the Director General. I will move, Chairperson, to the question around the court case. I can confirm that the matter was, we did receive judgment on the 14th of April, and the outcome was that we were not entitled to the 17 million that we were claiming, but similarly the judgment did come in favor of the department. There was a 33 million that the service provider was claiming, and it was found that it was without merit. So we did, through termination of this old contract, save the department that 33 million. So the service that was claimed by the service provider amounted to 50 million. So we did save that same amount of 33 million, and we have communicated this to the Auditor General, and we are looking forward at their conclusion regarding the material irregularity. Then, with regard to the audit findings, we are not satisfied with the current audit outcomes, unqualified with findings. Hence, we have indicated earlier on our measures to ensure that we work towards a clean audit. The ones that I've mentioned earlier on around monthly performance of financial statements, we have developed standard operating procedures, also training of our officials throughout the financial year. And the other matter of Lesotho, as DG indicated, we are also working on those transboundary accounting issues. Regarding the debt owed, we do have various measures that we are implementing. We have appointed a panel of debt collectors who are also working with National Treasury. There is a debt relief scheme that we are implementing, also incentive scheme. I think it was mentioned earlier on by Minister as well that we do waive interest where the debtors do commit to keeping the current accounts. And the other question was around the write-offs. The write-off relates mainly to the old Citibank water debt that was inherited by Mahalis Water and Val Central, then Bloom Water. So a decision was taken after complying with the requirements of the FMA to confirm that those funds are irrecoverable, and also noting that Citibank Water was no more now as a disestablished organization. So the accounting officer did evaluate the request, and those write-offs were processed. I think those are the ones, DG. Thanks.
Just, Chair, I forgot one thing. On the state of our asset, Honorable Peace, just one thing you should just note. There is a dam safety team in the department, highly qualified, including approved professional persons. But Minister is more worried about the other assets that are managed by municipalities and private users. Remember the other time here in the Western Cape, she had to intervene when an earth dam actually collapsed and caused a disaster. And then she directed that all people who are actually owners of dams, because there are more than 5,000 dams, including private dams. The state one are less than just, probably less than 390, the ones that we do. That all of them, they must register these assets. And if anything happens, they have a liability. Like the DG was saying to you, Jagersfontein is a tail dam in the Free State, caused a lot of problems. So remember, people were washed away, pollution that happened. We had to open a case and we had to get experts. At the time, we were very lacking around the approved professional persons, because at that level, to actually be an approved professional person, it takes years, even after training. Those are some of the capacities, so that at least we don't have a situation that happened in Libya, where an asset like a dam actually collapsed. And even when people had a number of inconveniences, when the Val Dam, the Bloemhof Dam and others, but it never collapsed, even when we received volumes and billions of liters per second that were to reduce. Therefore, just around issues of assurance of how good our assets and the management, but the answer is correct. We need to invest more back on the asset so that we can sweat it for a longer period. That's why what they did in the Lesotho Highlands, the tunnel, Minister and the team were able to buy additional 25 years just to bring the asset in terms of O&M. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if you've got any more questions, Honorable Beasley. I'm just going to ask for that the answers are concise. I am worried that the remaining members will not get time to ask any questions. Honorable Beasley, did you have any follow-ups? We've exceeded. Okay, thank you very much. I think it's. Do you have a follow-up? Are you fine? I thought your hand. Is it on these matters? Because I want to give Honorable Madlala his turn. But if it's a follow-up on these specific matters, I can. Sorry? Yeah, just on these answers. Yeah. So both of you had your hands up. So.
Thanks very much, Chair. And just a comment to the Deputy Minister about the quality of our dams. You're saying they're built over 70 to 100 years ago, and many are still in very good condition. It might be worth remembering the Romans built aqueducts 2,000 years ago that are still in operation in Europe. So let's hope that our dams have a durability that's somewhere close to that. Maybe not 2,000 years, but let's hope that for the next few hundred years they work as well as they have. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So, Honorable Madlala.
Thank you, Chair, and greetings to the delegation and fellow members of Parliament. Name is Kwenza Madlala, a member of the committee, deployed by Umkhonto weSizwe Party. I think I've got 20 minutes, Chair. Is it? Thank you. I'll try and keep within, and I like the counsel that you've just given, that the answers must be precise, so that at least we will be moving fast. Well, the first part is my challenge with the performance outlook of the systematic outlook of performance. And it happens more often in the departments. In one other training, one guy made an example of 3 people who are employed to plant trees. 1 to dig, 1 to put a tree, 1 to cover it up. So the one who puts a tree when it's off, the other one digs and the other one covers up. And they say that's their job description. So they've done 100% of their job. Because my job is to dig, I did dig 10, which I'm supposed to do a day. Another one say my job is to put back the sand, and I did put back the sand on 10 in a day. But the one who's supposed to put a tree was not there. So the outcome is not delivered. But everyone did their job, and on a performance scale, they did 100%, or they couldn't even do more than 10 in that day. And then we're supposed to clap hands for them, but the outcome is not there. This is what I want to arrive at. The purpose, despite the segregation of levels of government, the purpose of all these things combined is that there must be water in a tap in a household. So if it does not yield that outcome, the department at its own level or delegations of power can build reservoirs, do whatever it needs to do. But if the municipality and the pipes are not working and there's no water there, it is a problem because the outcome is not delivered. So at a strategic level or at a background level, the department then should have interventions with the municipalities, a coordinated effort to ensure that ultimately, whilst we do our part, but we ensure that the deliverable is achieved. And as a result, from a person, because this process also not just about us engaging with departments, but about the people at home also who are interested in these things. So when the water department is meeting with the committee, one of the questions that I would have, or that the people I think would want to hear, is when do we expect an endless flow of water, an uninterrupted flow of water into the taps? It may not be a responsibility of the department, but the department in its coordinated approach as government, as one government, must be able to provide that response, and that response must be the same that will be provided by local government in a different platform, because these are all departments under one government, and the responsibilities cannot be, what they call collective responsibility. in some other terms. So that is the first question, because I mean, people are not interested in ideas or anything in anyone's head. They just want to see water in the pipes, in their taps. And I'm from KZN, I'm from Port Shepstone and also in Durban. For 4 to 6 years, just yesterday I was at home. There was water in the tap in Umzumbe, but it will come back after 6 months. It was clean. There's no maintenance issues. There are no issues, but they just open it once or twice a year. And when we make follow-ups with the municipality, there's no clarity of what is the reason. Because we must speak about how are we able to maximize readily existing infrastructure and water capacity. Then we can speak about expansion and the need to, ensure that there's more coverage. But on the existing platforms, we don't seem to be having maximum capacity. So that is the first question without deliberating more of if we have an answer. If we don't have an answer, we can say, no, we don't know. We can't say this is when we envisage that we are going to have uninterrupted water, at least where there's infrastructure already. And there are no maintenance issues. The second issue relates to the water tanker mafias. SIU was here and they said to me, when I asked them about this issue, they said they operate on the basis of allegations. There must be allegations presented before they can motivate for a proclamation and so forth. I just want to ask a specific question, then I'll go to the structured questions, Chair. I want to ask a specific question that is it also the view of the department that whilst everyone knows that there is an operation of water tanker mafias, people who close taps so that they can operate their waters, people who vandalize infrastructure so that they can have their water tankers and maximize profits at the expense of the people on the ground. Because the community fears putting formal complaints, because they will know that the information will leak from government and they'll be short. So there must be never an investigation. So there will never be a commission set to investigate and look deeper into the issues of water tanker mafias, because SIU says there must be a formal complaint. Even if we know the problem exists right in our faces, we're not going to deploy all available avenues of government to deal with it decisively. I want to understand if that is the view of the department on that matter. Maybe let me pause here and take answers, and then I'll proceed.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Madlala. On the water, on the value chain of water, it sounds as if one is shifting responsibility when we say we can play our role up to where this your second person was taking the soil back to dig that hole. That person could not plant the tree because his mandate was not to plant the tree. That is where we are. The Department of Water and Sanitation has a role up to the water treatment plant. From the reservoir to the tap, that's a responsibility of another sphere. And it is enshrined there in the Constitution. You'll remember, Honourable Madlala, I even said in the question session, if there was a need to amend the Constitution, bring water back to Department of Water, we could talk something differently. But now we cannot go to encroach on the mandate of local government, which is supposed to provide water. What you are saying is true, that there is interruptions in terms of water flow. There is a lack of reliability. Hence, in Mzumbe, 2 days ago, you will get water, but without any explanation why there was no water for the past 2 years or so. Why is there no water today when there was water yesterday? That is operational, and it is operational within the municipality. We don't open taps. Unfortunately, that is not what we are supposed to do. Water tankers, yes, we share the same view with the SIU. SIU report and AG report were working together. When it comes to water tankers, one, as the DWS, we don't own any water tanker. We don't have water tankers as a DWS. The only few that we had, I think about 10, were bought during the COVID-19. They are assigned to Amadola so that they can make some interventions when they are doing maintenance. Otherwise, we don't have water tankers. We have advised municipalities to insource the water tankers. Already, eThekwini has started to insource water tankers. There are those reports, but no one wants to be a witness in terms of assisting with full information. They see these things happening where they are, but people live in fear. They don't report such. And if there is no detail in terms of reporting that on such and such a date I saw this car, their registration number, SIU and any other law enforcement agency cannot do anything. It's a pity that maybe our witness protection system is not working well to ensure that people can go in camera and give witness in terms of what they've seen. If we could be able to deal with that. Otherwise, these cases, they are happening at that level of municipalities. It is municipalities that are outsourcing water provision to water tankers. Unfortunately, there is nothing much that we can do. We are as concerned as the citizens of this country. But the president said, working with SAPS, we must ensure that we encourage our people to report such, because we have to clamp down on water tankers. What they are doing is terrible, to an extent that they deliberately vandalize the water infrastructure, so that at the time when that water cannot flow to the depth, they must get tenders. It is an unfortunate situation, but if municipalities can be in the position to insource those water tankers, then we might resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thank you to the Minister. I think the answer could have also been more concise. The first part is that the department cannot put a date of when we'll have uninterrupted water services. And then the explanation that follows, we hear it. And the second part, the department is as vulnerable as the citizens in terms of handling the issue of water tankers. It has no solution to it because there are no reports, and there are not going to be any reports. So it means that we must, maybe as a committee, put it to the president or to put it to somebody else, because there's not going to be any reported incident, because our people are shot every day when they try to speak about the issue. And government is saying we can't do anything as well. You see, that's something we need to take forward, maybe in another comment. But let me go to these other questions. Despite the departments transferring 3.61 billion to municipalities through Schedule 5B component of the water service infrastructure grant, only 54 out of 101 planned small water and sanitation projects were completed in the last financial year. This underperformance is largely due to delays in the appointment of contractors by the municipalities and inefficiencies in their supply chain management processes. The question is, what support mechanisms or oversight measures has the department implemented to ensure that municipalities improve procurement processes and deliver on the projects in time and within budget? So maybe just in a one line or two, this is what we do. We've got monthly meetings or whatever, and this is, we get reports and so forth. Just a short answer, or we just put the grant and we don't follow up. We leave it to the municipalities. The second question is, of the completed projects, how many involved VIP sanitation and water tank installations? Additionally, does the department consider these interim solutions to be beneficial or sustainable to the affected communities? I think you did speak about where these interventions were deployed. Are they considered to be sustainable and beneficial to the communities? Let me stop there. Thank you.
Chairperson, I want to respond to Honorable Madlala, but to put a point of before. It will be incorrect that a member of parliament is allowed to give context. And then when it's our time, we're not supposed to respond in context. That will be unfair. Number two, the statement he made around water tankering is incorrect. Minister were on record, and I want it to be recorded. Water tankering must be used as a temporary measure, not as a permanent measure that is there. Inasmuch as it is in a municipal domain, the answer is that municipalities have been directed just to deal with the question of criminality, do insourcing, just to eliminate whether politicians and officials are involved. That's what we have intervened. Number two, the water tankers chair, sometimes they don't take the water to people and they don't take it on the right times. Minister, we have directed that there must be a management plan, including using tracking system. You track where the tanker is and water committees, because water committees must be part of what do we call it, ward committees, because it's an important matter. But there should not be any insinuation or recording that we have not responded. On this matter of so many projects, the support we give to municipalities, including intervention, because we intervene, it's limited on the basis of resources. What you give us as Parliament through appropriation, you give us the Regional Park Infrastructure Grant, you give us the Water Services Improvement Grant. There are also other water grants. You have MIC. 50% of the MIC must go to water and sanitation. And then you have the Human Settlement Development Grant, which is 1/3 must go to water and sanitation. For the metros, you have the USDG. That is in the may not spend. 1/3 of that USDG goes to water and sanitation. When Minister said at the beginning, ring-fence this budget, we mean all those monies that including the sales. We are reporting structural because we must not be able to say we have not intervened. You can check. You go to Mkanyagut, it's an intervention. You go to Mfuleni, we've intervened. You go to eThekwini, we've intervened. These are the interventions, but on record, they have a limitation. In instances where there is no capacity, our response is simple. Instead of actually giving you a direct grant, we do a direct grant. Those municipalities, over time, the money has been referred back to Treasury. We have made a determination working with National Treasury. Instead of doing direct grants, we do indirect grants. Then we deploy our own entities in terms of implementing agent, whether it's a construction unit, whether it is the water boards. In certain instances, we even use other entities like your district municipalities. You can go to home in Mpumalanga, we use Gersiband, Nkangala, and others. Those that have capacity as a matter to deal with issues of non-performance and underperformance so that citizens are not made worse off around this particular issue. The last point on the numbers that you have referred to, I will ask the DG to come back to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We don't make RBIG or WISIG allocations to municipalities for them to provide water tankers. Our allocations are for infrastructure projects. None of our RBIG and WISIG projects are for water tankers. Some of our sanitation projects might be for ventilated improved pit latrines. As I indicated earlier, a ventilated improved pit latrine, if properly designed and built, meets the requirements of the old RDP standards and the current norms and standards for an acceptable form of sanitation. It's particularly appropriate in rural areas where population density is very low, and it would be extremely expensive to provide waterborne sewage systems. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head here now as to how many of our projects have involved installation of VIPs, but we can return to Scopa with that information.
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's still no water in the taps, and the mafia goes uninterrupted. I think sometimes we should just be honest about some of these things. We appreciate the context. It makes sense, I was not trying to prevent context. We are very logical people, so it's important, but you can make it very concise. That was my point, but it's my opinion. It's not a fact. You can argue yours, Deputy Minister. The next question is, since the year 2020-2021, the department has targeted the replacement of 10,798 systems. Yet in the 2023-2024 annual report confirms that zero has been replaced. This is in terms of the eradication of bucket sanitation. Moreover, only 16% of the allocated bucket eradication project budget over the MTEF period has been spent, and no project in the Free State Cape or Northern Cape has been completed. I think I did hear the minister saying that they're only dealing with the outstanding ones in some of those provinces because it's a human settlement matter. But it would appear that none of them also have been completed. What are the root causes behind the persistent failure to deliver on the bucket eradication program, despite the availability of funds? Having heard that it's only 60% of the allocated budget was spent. The second question is, what specific infrastructure constraints are preventing progress, and what timelines have been set for resolving them going forward now? And also, what corrective actions has the department taken to address underperformance, and how is accountability being enforced? Let me just ask the last one so that you can answer all of them at the same time. While the department spent 100% of its 1.1 billion allocated to the Schedule 6B component of WSIG, performance remains poor across the key service delivery indicators. How does the department justify full expenditure against service delivery shortfalls, and what measures are in place to ensure that future spending results in tangible outcomes? Thank you, Chair. That will be the last question. Thank you.
I will start with the last question, Chair. We have responded to this question, Chair. On record, infrastructure projects, some of them, they are multi-year. That's the nature of their work. And our response, when you look at our annual report, look at program number 2 and program number 3. Program 2 and 3, in the main, are infrastructure programs. Whether it is the National Water Resource Infrastructure, of which there are a number of interventions Minister has undertaken to unblock National Water Resource Infrastructure projects. You can look at Glen Williams as an example, look at Zanini Dam, look at Loskop, and a number of them. The other program, program 3, they are also dealing with issues of water services projects. When they are multi-year, it does not necessarily mean there were no constraints. AG was absolutely correct. The constraints in the beginning, Chair, they had to do with issues of planning. Designs, are they there? Approvals, were they in place? Whether WULA, whether EIAs and the other servitudes. Then when you do the implementation, then it will be over time. It's an expenditure that is 100% for that particular issue of the financial year. But the target to deliver the project, it does not mean the project is finished when the money is finished. That's why when I answered the Honorable Neil May around the question of 77%, which is the green that is there, and the 20%, which gives you 97%. That's the answer. But when you look at the bucket eradication, we need to admit, what do we mean? Buckets are going to remain in South Africa. They are here in the Western Cape, they are elsewhere, and that's why we've produced norms and standards. We don't want pit latrines, because pit latrines are inhumane, they impact on the environment and other things that are happening there, but many municipalities are doing. That's why we've introduced 2 systems, SWAT systems and non-SWAT systems. There is technologies that you can use. You manage the sludge much better, is more humane. A number of these projects, Minister, she had launched them just around the question of dignity, but also having the environmental aspects. This one is an old as 2014 project called bucket eradication. And in the main, it was a Free State province, Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, and Northwest province. These projects are in the main about communities where settlements were done, very, very built settlements, but there was no sewer system. There is a toilet there, there is no network, there is no bulk where you are going to treat even the sludge. When our teams had to go in there, even in my own province in Mpumalanga, we just did now Standardton, beautiful houses in Extension 8, sewer going to the streets. And we had to go in just to help a municipality that did poor planning. In this instance, the numbers you see, Eastern Cape, including Northwest, we completed that, is the sewer system. In other words, there is a toilet in the house. There is no reticulation system that goes to the bulk sewer pipe. Then there is no issue of having the wastewater treatment work, even just to treat it. When we went into Free State, the number doesn't change, but we had to put the bulk system. The bulk system is not there in the Free State. They had to get water to be able to do that. All those work that had to deal with bulk sewer infrastructure, this is what we're actually busy with. But from an auditing point, have you eliminated the buckets? We are actually measured on the output. The output is the number of those households that you will have sorted. That's why you can see the nickel is not moving. But it does not necessarily mean the work has not happened in the ground. The very same thing in the Northern Cape. And we've given them the team by the DG because we've actually sorted out issues that were institutional, where this thing gets to be changed, it goes to human settlement, it moves to this, is in the department. There's a team of engineers that are looking at this particular work, and in this financial year, we want to get out on the remaining provinces, which is Free State and the issue of the Northern Cape. But it does not necessarily mean when we complete this task in the annual report and in our performance plan that there will never be buckets in South Africa. There is a bigger discussion talking about sanitation delivery and the other methods and mechanisms that must be looked by municipalities because it's the biggest problem and it's a moving target. Thank you.
I thought you wanted to speak, DG.
Just to add some figures, it's not correct to say that no buckets have been eradicated. In the Eastern Cape, 5,710 have been eradicated through replacement with waterborne sanitation systems. In the Northern Cape, 11,194. In Free State, 22,000, and Northwest, 641. Although currently in 2 provinces, as indicated by the DM, projects are continuing to build the bulk infrastructure required before a switch can be done to waterborne sewage.
Right. Thank you. I think one of the things we'll do, because we have multiple conversations over time about this, because as you said, Deputy Minister, it's a moving target. The number of people that are in community A, especially in urban and peri-urban areas, today might be 15,000. By this time next year, it might be 28,000. And therefore, you keep creating the problem. What I'm hoping we can get to is is an understanding of the picture that is closer to the nature and changes in the problem. Because even when we say the targets have been met, in terms of the difference in people's lives, for many more people, they still haven't. Right, so we might be happy and say, okay, we've delivered on those, but the reality is the same community is bigger. It has expanded informally. There is no bulk water services, there is no planning, and so on, and it's just a problem we never get to solve. But that's an ongoing conversation we need to have in the context of the availability of resources, the extent to which these entities are able to raise revenue, they're able to get funds from elsewhere, and because ultimately, as Honorable Madlala says all the time, if at the end of the day a person cannot flush a toilet, the government structures for them, as you know, they mean nothing. That's why we all shout at you, Minister, like I did the other day about Mtat. It is still your problem to solve. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Honorable Atkinson.
Thank
Oh, your one comment was it, so we can go to Honorable Mende about Rome and all of those, or not? Okay, all right.
Erstwhile CFO and his comrades run. I was originally from Natal, and I remember about 20 years ago being on a flight on Sunday night directly after the Comrades Marathon. And a lot of the Comrades Marathon runners were on that flight back to Johannesburg. And the pilot said to us, at this point, we're flying over Pietermaritzburg 7 minutes after takeoff, to all those people who spent the day on the road yesterday running the Comrades Marathon. So just a thought, yeah. Well done, CFO, yeah. Just 2 or 3 questions before I get into some other detail. One was the comment about the huge amount outstanding when it comes to the infrastructure that's needed for the actual delivery of water itself. Did you say 400 billion, I think it was the figure? Yeah. And I think you had 12 billion a year that you...
Can I clarify, Chair? The 400 billion is just our estimate in the 105 worst performing, which excludes all the metros and many other municipalities. So it's actually a lot higher than that for the whole country.
Okay, all right. And I think you mentioned you had about 12 billion a year to, yeah, so I mean, that would take effectively 40 years without doing anything else. So my question here is, what about public-private partnerships? And I mean, that really, to be honest with you, is the only way that you can access large amounts of money, because I mean 10 to 12 billion a year is just not going to cut it, unfortunately. So my thought would be that public-private partnerships would be part of the solution for you there. The second thing is about the comment about the fact that Water Affairs Department has to be self-sustaining. So in other words, you get all the payments for raw water. So obviously, there are very large amounts of money are held in the department at a period until you sign them off to Trans-Caledon. Is that all controlled by the CFO, or do you have a treasury operation? So, how does that work? How does, when all the money comes and where does it sit? Is it properly managed? Because obviously, when you've got a lot of money, the way it's managed can actually earn you even more money if it's properly managed. So, what I'm asking is, do you have a treasury operation, or is that just something that's just held in a bank account? So I was just interested in that. And then I'll come to the other point. And then there was this issue around deviations, around budgeting for particular campaigns. And I think the one was that water saving campaign, where there was a budget of about 2.2 billion, but about 4.4 billion has been spent to date on that. And what I'd like to know is, how is that possible? How is it possible that you budget a certain amount and that you can actually spend more than double on that? I mean, it does seem quite strange. It does seem quite strange that you'd hit a figure and then basically spend double of that figure. So what I want to know is, what sort of internal controls are there to stop that kind of thing happening? Because it does make it does kind of rather make your budgeting process rather silly if you actually end up spending double the amount. So if you could maybe just answer those few things, and then I'll carry on.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Yeah, indeed, at times those who are spectators of Comrades Marathon might be viewed as participating in the marathon. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. In terms of the campaign, Save Water campaign, the matter is with the SIU. You know, when you look at and peruse the documents of the department, you hang your head in shame. That was a good concept. However, it was badly contextualized and poorly implemented, because that program, which intended to assist in closing the leaks, it did not do what it was supposed to do. Hence, the matter is in the SIU. Close to 5 billion that was used there. But also, it was very strange that the National Department could think that it's going to fix the leaks of an infrastructure that does not even belong to it. To go and fix municipal infrastructure, bringing young people who don't have the technical know-how to fix the leaks. It was just unfortunate. But all this is with the SIU, and we're hoping that once this case is done, we'll be able to recover some money from this. Working with SIU in various projects, we have already recovered 524 million in terms of money that was wrongly allocated on projects that were said to have been implemented that have not been implemented. Hence, we have strengthened this water sector anti-corruption forum, because we want to ensure that we recoup all the monies that got lost in the process.
On public partnership, Chairperson, it's an important matter, and we want to indicate that as part of the reforms, we have said we are going to involve private sector, but we are not privatizing water. We must qualify it, because there are those that think that we want to commodify water. It's not a new concept. You can go check in around Stenger. There is Caesar water there, quality water. You go to Mpumalanga, you will find Slulumanzi. There are many projects we've done with private sector to support municipality. And when you go to a municipality in Limpopo called Mkhalakwen, a company called Ivan Plants, a big company in Africa. They've built a state-of-the-art, a wastewater treatment work. They don't want anything. They just give us the effluent, and then they can build more houses. Here in Gauteng, Mfuleni was destroyed over years. After we helped them with the sewer problems that are not totally complete, we are introducing something called special purpose vehicle, because of governance and challenges in the municipality, nobody can put his money or her money there. Therefore, we are using Rand Water, our entity, working with private sector to do an SPV, good governance and other things, with a shareholding of a sliding scale, without the asset being lost there. And there are a number of them. One of the big ones we did was the Valga Mahara pipeline with the mines and the communities in Northern Cape. We know now that we're actually doing phase 2. We're also doing an SPV there. In Limpopo, the dam is full, Duop Dam there. The mines need the water. People in Capricorn, Pitamukaba, until Mkhalakwen, another SPV is done there. There is a lot of these particular issues, but how it gets structured, working with, what do we call it, working with National Treasury and support. In the department, we established what we call Water Partnership Office, work with DVSA. Even when President was making some of the announcements, the biggest monies from the infrastructure fund, they are actually coming to water because of this particular arrangement. It's yielding more results, but the major ones you will know around national water resource infrastructure, most of them are funded by private funding. We will go to the market, but they must qualify for both the economic component, the social component. We must always make guarantees in terms of the grants that are going to be there. And that's why we are having that particular, what do we call it, the bonds that are being held by your TCTA on our behalf, because private sector does that, and we're very pleased that private sector, we've never defaulted on them. Even WTE, we must be able to collect more and more. Our water boards are also bonds holders, and some of them, they're in the stock exchange. Rand Water has been able not to default on their bonds that are coming from the private sector. That's why now ministers allow them to go and trade, even in Tanzania, including Umgeni. But the others, because of the question of the balance sheets, they are not actually at a state where you can be able to say we need to do that. And ministers assigned me just to look at the question, how do we bring more money from the private sector, but with a qualification that the ownership of the asset remains with the state over a particular period. And the period must be reasonable so that whoever invests, they will be in a position to get their money back. That's what I'll respond to Minister on PPEs. And then the DG will conclude the remaining two.
Thank you, Chair. Just in addition on the War on Leaks programme, there was a question about our internal controls to stop it. This programme started in 2015. And as we indicated in our presentation, during that time there was a very high level of irregular expenditure in the department. And after that period, we put in place much strengthened internal controls in recognition that our internal controls at that time were weak. So that program was started and implemented at a time when our internal controls were weak. It couldn't happen now because we've strengthened our internal controls. We know the SIU reported to the SCOPA that they estimate that its cost, that 4.7 billion was spent on it. We're engaging with the SIU and assisting them with their investigation into the program. We've informed the SIU that our calculation is that 3.5 billion was spent on it. They're busy doing the reconciliations, and they indicated that they'll come back to us about the figure. The department, as part of its financial turnaround and dealing with these irregularities, the department stopped the program in 2022. This was a major area of irregular expenditure because the funds that were allocated to it came from the water trading entity, which, as we've indicated earlier, that money is supposed to be used for the operation and maintenance of the dams. So it was irregular because it was used for an irregular purpose of the War on Leaks, which is a municipal function. It's got nothing to do with the operation and maintenance of the dams. Just one addition on the public-private partnerships is that, as indicated by the Deputy Minister, there's a very high level of public-private partnership between with us at national water resource infrastructure level. In fact, most of the value of our projects is funded by banks and pension funds and bonds. The problem is at municipal level, and it's not because of any appetite by the banks and pension funds to invest in municipal water and sanitation. They would like to invest a lot more. The problem is the municipalities are not bringing bankable projects to the market. And that's why we set up the Water Partnerships Office that the Deputy Minister mentioned to assist and support municipalities to bring bankable projects to the market. But they still need to make those decisions, the municipalities. We can't force them to bring bankable projects to the market. We can only offer them support to do so. And I'd like to ask the CFO to answer the question about the WTE and its management.
Thank you, Chairperson. The question was regarding the treasury function. The WTE collects the money and then we pay over to TCTA. So the full treasury function is with the TCTA, not the department. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks for all your answers as well. Just a second round of questions. The one thing I found quite interesting was the in-house construction company you've got. I actually wasn't aware that you had. And I'd just like to get some idea of the capacity of it. How much building can you do, or how many projects can you be involved in at any one time? And the question is, the Clan William wall raising project that you're going through at the moment, has that been done by your internal construction company? I actually, on the way back to Joburg, on my last trip, I actually sat next to an engineer on that project, and he told me that apparently the capacity of the dam has been raised by has been increased by 3 times by the raising of that wall, which I found quite amazing. So the more you can do that, the better. But if you could maybe just speak a little bit more about the capacity of the construction company, I'd actually be interested to know how big it is and how much work it does do for you, and kind of what dams it has built. But just turning back to some of the other issues from the SIU, I just wanted to ask about the Almost Empty Outdoor campaign. The SIU found that Sedibeng Water was irregularly appointed as an implementing agent contrary to legislation and DWS policies. Sedibeng Water then appointed a service provider using an emergency procurement process that did not comply with procurement regulations. Invoices submitted to DWS included an overpayment and incorrect VAT charge, and recovery of 1.57 million from the Mkhalis and Vaal Central water boards is currently underway. So the question is, on what legal basis was Sedibeng Water appointed as an implementing agent, despite this being contrary to DWS policy and legislation? What justification was provided for the use of an emergency procurement process, and was it supported by appropriate documentation? And what progress has been made in recovering the 1.57 million overpayment in VAT? And have any disciplinary or legal actions been taken against those involved? And then just a final question, which relates to Proclamation 96 of 2022. It was found that officials certified and commissioned work that was not performed, resulting in possible irregular payments. The SIU made 3 disciplinary referrals against senior officials at the department, the Chief Financial Officer, Director, Supply Chain Management, and the Area Manager. The CFO has since been acquitted by the department. And the questions here is, what is the total financial loss incurred due to the alleged procurement irregularities? What is the status update on the disciplinary process against the SCM Director? Sorry, I don't know whether you'll be able to keep up with all this I'm asking. What is the vetting status of the implicated SCM Director, and how long has he or she been in that SCM Director role? What is the status of the appeal instituted by the Area Manager against the issued dismissal sanction? And what internal control measures have since been put in place to avoid a repetition of such procurement irregularities? Thank you.
Thank you very much. With our internal construction company or construction unit, I'm going to ask our acting DDG for infrastructure to say more about what it's capable of building. But as we indicated earlier, that unit has built some of the largest dams in the country in the past, and it still retains much of that capacity in terms of engineering capacity, etc. Our big challenge with our construction unit is our ability to procure for it efficiently and effectively, and that's why it's still resulting in wasteful and fruitless expenditure. So it would have more capacity and capability if we could procure better. We are in the process of improving our procurement for it. We are modernizing our infrastructure procurement. I'm not sure if members are aware that National Treasury introduced a special procurement regime for infrastructure procurement and the framework for infrastructure procurement and delivery management, which says that you should treat infrastructure procurement differently and do it much more strategically. We are implementing that currently. We've developed an infrastructure procurement policy and strategy, and we have our first sets of contracts currently before our bid committees in terms of that much more sophisticated, much more strategic infrastructure procurement. That should result in a situation where our construction unit becomes much more efficient and effective in future, because it'll be able to procure the goods and services it requires much more efficiently and effectively than is currently the case. Chair, can I ask Livawani to come in at this point to talk about a bit more about what it's capable of building, and then I'll come back to the SIU questions. Livawani?
No, thanks, Chairperson, members of the committee, Minister, DM, and DG, and colleagues. The construction unit, as indicated, has those constraints with respect to procurement. But over the years, it has performed very well in building some of the largest infrastructure in the country, as the DG has said. It's a large outfit which has got more than 2,500 employees. It also has its own internal workshop where we can manufacture pipe specials, large bore pipes that are not easily found commercially and are designed specifically for various projects. We have a large fleet of plant, although some of it is now a little bit aged, and that's why you have breakdowns, but we can refurbish plant ourselves at Jan Camp in the Northern Cape. We have about 2,246 pieces of equipment, large equipment, that can enable us to lay very big canals for irrigation. If you go to Valhards, you will see very large canals that were built by the department. And they're currently being refurbished because some of them are more than 50, 80 years old, and they're starting to need a lot of attention. We have to pay attention to efficiency, and we've put up a strategy to look at the 5 key efficiency areas. One, the DG spoke about, which is more about procurement. The chairperson raised the issue of project management. We're paying attention to that. Our performance management as well. Plant management, starting to refurbish and buy new plant, as well as personnel management. Thanks to DG.
And yes, it is building Clan William Dam. Perhaps, Liverwan, if you could mention some of the other projects it's currently doing.
Yes, currently we are building the raising of Sanitation Dam in Limpopo. We have just completed the raising of Hazelmere Dam in the KZN. Is state of art. We had to be ingenious and come up with a type of a raising that can be done for a short spillway to evacuate the water that we need during the floods, but without raising the dam wall itself. So we only raised the spillway. We put together what we call a piano key spillway. Our minister is very happy about our progress there. In Limpopo, we built half of that. It's a labyrinth spillway, so it doesn't look like a piano. It's more of a half of a piano. We, of course, are mobilizing to build Ntabelanga Dam in the Eastern Cape as part of the Mzumvubu Water Project. We also have 2 small dams that are in the design phase of development. We have our own internal engineering services where the engineers design the dams themselves. But of course, where there is capacity constraint, we also go out to the market to get augmentation. So we're busy with the design of Zalu Dam to supply water for Lusikisiki in the Western Cape. We're also busy with the design of Foxwood Dam near Adelaide, also in the Eastern Cape. Those are some of the projects that we're busy with, Chairperson.
Thank you, Liverwani. On the question regarding the, it's one of these current SIU investigations that you were referring to, dropper block or war on leaks. My response would be the same again, that at that time the internal controls were very lacking. So things were done without a legal basis, like, for example, using the money in the water trading entity for something which it didn't have a mandate to do. And we, as I indicated, we now have those internal controls in place. And I'd like to ask Ntabiseng to respond to the issue of the update on the disciplinary cases for the one investigation.
Thank you, DG and members. I think I need to start on the one of the CFO. Indeed, the CFO was the disciplinary process took place upon the referral when it was referred to us, and based on the representation made by the CFO and the responses that he gave, and then there was no ground to take further disciplinary on that matter. And then on the next 2 officials, the first question is, when did the SCM official commence as an SCM official in the department? He joined the department as a director SCM on the 14th of January 2013. So he's been in the department since then as a director SCM. However, in terms of when is the charges going to be laid against on this matter, The official is currently under the disciplinary processes on other matters, and therefore additional charges cannot be laid while the process is underway in the other matters. On the matter of the other official, the manager, in terms of the appeal, the appeal is currently being coordinated at the cluster level. It's still going to go to the minister as the executive authority, as a delegated authority to put on, to assess, but the official has been dismissed. So he's appealing his dismissal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm looking at the time, and I'm keen for us to give all the members proper time to have a conversation. So I've been consulting with my colleagues here at the table, and we are going to find time in the next week. It will be virtual, so it doesn't have to be. So we're going to run out the clock now with whatever questions we can take. And then in the next week or so, we'll arrange with you, Minister. We don't need to have everybody, but I do want all the members to exhaust themselves so that we can move to the forward-looking phase of our work. So I just want to say to the members, don't stress. This is important. This sector is important to all of us, and it's important that we ventilate the matters properly. So if we don't cover some members, there are some dates that Sisintombi is identifying now already so that we can work with the minister and the office to make sure that we are back together one way or another in the next week or two. Thanks, Honorable Atkinson. Because, Honorable Member, you have not been around, I'm going to start with you because we haven't seen you in a while. We haven't seen you in a while. So we haven't heard you speak in so long. So we're going to start with you.
And she is likely to take all the remaining minutes.
No. Give Honorable Mende some grace, please. She's given us all the space to speak while she was not here. So please. I have to protect Honorable Mende at this point. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, it was great to be outside South Africa for a while and dealing with domestic and international matters.
We thought you were going to the White House, but we didn't see you there.
No. I would have put many things into perspective had I been there. Thank you very much, Chair. Once again, Tombo Viomente, member of SCOPA, deployed by Economic Freedom Fighters. I think, Chair, in terms of consequence management and the infrastructure, I think we have gotten the gist of what we're looking for. I'm particularly happy with the response in terms of what's taking place on disciplinary hearings and criminal charges against officials because, Chair, we've been, at this particular department, we've been faced with quite a lot of internal issues and a lot of arrogance, Minister. And I must say that has changed. Hoping that everyone will take their job seriously. And I'm also particularly happy with what the SG said in terms of the payment of service providers, that it's now within 30 days and even less to 20 days because Department of Water is important for our small business people who tender with the state, and the state is the only source of income for many households and creation of jobs. So Department of Water becomes an integral part of that idea of getting employment to lesser numbers in South Africa. Thank you very much for that. So I wanted to start there so that we don't fight. Now, the first thing, Minister, is that, yes, we understand projects are over a number of years. If they are going to be done correctly, they can't be done in 6 months. Building a dam takes quite a lot. of intense work and attention to detail. However, there's still elements within the department, especially where project management is concerned. And I would like you to look deeper into the project management, because as the AG have stated, and some of the projects, you might be happy with where they are today, but if there was much more attention and monitoring in particular had taken care of the space, we wouldn't be where we are. Especially where Mzimvubu, the DG has made reference to Mzimvubu as a famous Mzimvubu project that has never been taking off. And the people of OR Tambo do not have water. Because Mzimvubu Dam, we are not seeing any fruitful outcome when it gets to there. But what I want you to do for us today is to take us through how far are we exactly with Mzimvubu Dam, and when can we see a result? We have received a response on Ulusigisi Dam. Then the second part of that question, Minister, also again on project management. You are building a dam again for the farmers and the communities of Ngocha, Kumango, Mchanyane, that is under Krisani district. But simply because there's lack of project management, that has been delegated to the district, and the mayor just put together some people who imposed themselves as CPA. Non-authorized CPA that doesn't have a certificate are managing your water project in Ngocha, and it's quite a huge project that's resuscitating the dams that were there to assist the farmers and the people so that they can get water. But there are people who call themselves CPA and employing people, sidelining traditional and community leaders, but these people work under the direct instruction of a mayor of the district. So these are the things that just delay your projects and then get all those corrupt elements in place. Then in the next term or in the next AG report, we are going to be told that project is going to find itself and expression in the next annual report. That's why it's not here, because you have started that beautiful project. In the next annual report, we're going to have problems with that. When things were happening, some of the people in your office allow them to happen very wrong. So please also zoom into that one, because we cannot have structures that are not known in communities, not have authority to operate, but use that authority and worse, under the stewardship of a leader who is entrusted with power to assist your department in implementing these projects. The next one, I'm going to disagree with you, Deputy Minister, on the issue of the bucket system. And that is going to be with us, because a bucket system and the pit latrine, they are equally inhumane, especially given the capacity of your regions where they have to come and clean those trucks that must come and suck. There are no way. And our people now had advanced. They are building their own sewer systems in terms of the septic tanks. But even with that, the department is nowhere in terms of assisting the people to clean those septic tanks in many rural areas. I'm sure the minister knows that. In many rural areas, people now have resorted to building their own septic tanks. But we need to find a way of assisting our people, because the bulk water supply and the sanitation system is not going to finish that. So let's not keep it in our mental state that the bucket system will not go anywhere. There is a system that works for our people in terms of septic tanks, which I don't know why also basic education is not doing it in schools for that sanitation program, because that's the one way which is very much humane to give people flushing toilets. However, we have an issue of not being assisted by cleaning those septic tanks by the department. The other area of this, also of my disagreement, was one project. You said the minister went to intervene in Limpopo, where people were saying the pipe is not going to pass us when we don't have water. They were correct. You are not going to have a pipe passing us till now we don't have water. They were correct. This also had taken place Elibode, where the municipality built a sewer in a community where they don't have flushing toilet. And when they rise, then the municipality sends police on the people, which doesn't make sense. How do you not build a bulk system for the people, yet you want to build for a developer, which is coming to town, a sewer system in their community? That's very much wrong. And these are the things that are taking place in a department. So in terms of monitoring, there is a lack in the monitoring of what is happening. Then the last one, Chair, is the concurrent functions of water and sanitation. Minister, we get that the Constitution in terms of Part B under Schedule 4 and 5, it gives the municipality, but where there is a concurrent function, that's why Parliament exists. Municipalities, as we stand, they get less than 10% of division of revenue. They don't have capacity. That's a reality. Let's leave corruption out for now. But the reality is that they receive less than 10%. They are the ones that take care of the indigents, everyone who resides in rural areas. They are in the indigent register. These are grant recipients, and they must give them water. They will never get a cent out of that. Shame is not going to happen. They will never get a cent because these are grant recipients, which means they are providing a service which is enshrined again in the Constitution under the Bill of Rights, that water is a fundamental service that people, and a basic service that people must receive. So something has to be done, Minister. Taking this function of water reticulation out of municipalities is a necessity and a need now, because they cannot afford to do it. It's impossible. And again, given much delays in terms of the existing projects, like what Madlala was talking about, a tap will have water today, tomorrow it doesn't have water. They don't have money for those maintenance. And it's a reality. So for as long as the division of revenue is not fixed, the national department must take over the issue of water and sanitation to our people. It's more than 30 years later in the democracy. Some other things, we must change them. Whether we like it or not, they have to change. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Mente. Thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. Our people deserve better. They deserve to have access to water. And your analysis is very correct that the current funding model for municipalities, it is not assisting at all. However, you are saying something must be done. Fortunately, we are all lawmakers here. Something must be done through the law, because you are talking about their mandate that is enshrined on the Constitution. If we are to amend or to bring certain regulations, I think this committee, as well as other committees, might be able to assist us in terms of that. We really need something done in that area, because it pains us that we have supplied bulk water, but that water is unable to reach our people. It pains us. Unfortunately, we cannot just take over. There must be a law that allows us to take over such a function of municipality. In terms of DWS must assist to clean the septic tanks, that is outside the mandate of DWS once more. That is within the ambit of the local municipality. The local municipalities that you have referred to, that they might be willing to do that, but the capacity level, both personnel and financially, might not be really assisting them.
Says a politician.
He should have said, and me.
Those honey suckers, they are in the assets of municipalities. That is why our intervention in terms of assisting municipalities, it goes through the water infrastructure, the WISIC and RIBIC. But beyond that, in terms of the operations, unfortunately, we are unable to assist municipalities because you will call us for irregular expenditure to say, how did you spend on this? This is not your mandate. So, nifuna indlela yokusloba nisibize lapha again. Asizuvuma Hlubi that you call us nisifake trepini, asiziye trepini because we will do something that is very wrong. At times we get taken as if we can just wake up and take over. But unfortunately, this is a constitutional country where you have to restrict yourself. But we share the concern. If we could be able to say, here is the recommendation, maybe out of your meeting, you might come up with a clear recommendation to say, these are the steps that needs to be followed so that we augment what municipalities are doing within the prescripts of the law. We are going to really appreciate that and work with your Parliament legal team, our legal team, cabinet legal team to say, how can we better do this? During the Indaba, this was raised, but Salga will say, hey, look at the constitution, that's our mandate. Don't encroach on our mandate. So that is where we are. The issue of Ngocha and the alleged conduct of the mayor of Krisani district. I don't have the full details, but if the committee could allow us to investigate and meet with them and find out exactly what is that they are doing and what informs all those appointments that are done. What is happening on Mzimvubu Ntabelanga Dam? On the 9th of February, I personally went to the site. Remember, this project started years ago. It was conceptualized when I was, me and you, Comrade Mendu, were not even born. It is, it's still there. Now, that project costed 18 billion. Our entities went out to the financial markets. They couldn't secure funds because the first question that is asked by financial markets, where is this area? What is the economic activities around this area? How are we going to be assured that our money will be able to come back? They looked at the area, and the area, it did not pass the test of time in terms of the financial markets. They couldn't fund it. We had to come back to National Treasury. Then when we came back to the National Treasury, we had to rework on that project. That if you look at the scope of the project in the initial stages, it was also including the water treatment plants, the reservoirs, because it cuts across three districts, Ujokabi, Alfred Nzo, as well as OR Tambo. In those 3 municipalities, there are water treatment plants, there are reservoirs. So there was no need for one to create a new or establish a new water treatment plant instead of augmenting and expanding the capacity of the existing. So we had to cut all those frills to an extent where we're left with 8.9 billion that we needed. Then the National Treasury has now funded that project. What is happening on the ground? We started with the roadworks, where road construction to allow our machinery and all our equipment to go to the site. That was done. But unfortunately, there is not a lot of water drainage system because that road goes between mountains. When the summer rains were heavy, the entire road was washed away. On the site, we have established the site. We have all the machinery on the site, all our trucks, big trucks, our excavating equipment, all is on the site as I speak. We've established the site. We've already pegged the area where excavation is supposed to happen between 2 mountains. But there is a steering committee that is led by the traditional leadership. But as we were ready to proceed with the project, then there were protests. The protests in that area, they will come from Tsolo or the other side of Kumbu or the other side. And the steering committee has been handling this. The provincial government has been coming into, because of what Honorable Mashobo said earlier on, where people demand 30% when they've not even done work. Now, the new demand with the recent protest of February after I visited the site was that take away this yellow fleet that is on this site. We don't want this yellow fleet, we want you to hire from us. These are our own yellow fleet as a department. We have not hired them, they are our own, we own those. They said, no, we don't want anything here. Take it away and issue a tender. And there must be 100% local in this. And how they define local. People of Tsolo, they define local as Tsolo. Not as Eastern Cape 3 areas. Yeah, they and Tsolo is part of the Tsolo and the other area of Jokabi, Matliye. They're saying no, 100% maybe ngwalapa. When you say it, but this is the Eastern Cape. And in procurement, there's a particular percentage local, but you have to go beyond that. They don't want, then they close the project. So some of the delays are caused by our communities, but I must say the traditional leadership is hands-on there, and we are at the stage where we're going to start excavation and divert the river. Because if we don't divert that river, it would be difficult for us to work. We're working on Itina River so that immediately when we start excavation, we're going to divert that river to go behind the mountain. So we were on track. 2 weeks ago, the Premier and the MEC for local government, as well as the 3 mayors, they went to the area. So we are redoing those road works to ensure that people work. Then there were people who were laid off at the time then when there were heavy rains, and those are local. But those, they don't want to go through the roster where if you have been given a chance for 6 months, then you must allow others to come in. They don't want to do that. So in the main, some of the challenges and the delays are within the communities, but we have a good social facilitator that is engaging them. So if all goes well, we are going to finish that project, and we received a commitment from all the municipalities except those little issues that get raised by our community, which we are not turning a blind eye on them. We really want to see that them done. Why is it now in Tabelanga? Is because we had to reduce and the big scope of that project, not reducing the capacity of water that is supposed to be supplied, but the how part of doing that project. Thank you.
Chair, just to conclude here, Honorable Hlubi, the issue of sanitation, our policy is that people have a right to use decent sanitation technologies. In areas where there is no water, there are new developments. Our Water Research Commission, working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and with our universities, they've done so well. Where they use less water in the current system, even in certain schools, we've done a lot of projects. And then there's that other one where people are using the SWAT system where there is flushing. The issues around the septic tanks, in areas where septic tanks are there, we don't want to say they must not be used, but they must meet certain standards in terms of design so that they don't contaminate the groundwater. You know, in many villages, many people are actually even having boreholes now. And some of these boreholes, abalandeli lento kuthiwa standard operating procedure. You find that some of these homesteads in the past, they had a VIP toilet, something called, you know, that VIP toilet, then it had an impact on the quality, the geological formation of the soil. Sometimes the human excreta just diffuse into the groundwater. And some of the water that will come through people's boreholes, which is groundwater use, you can see them clear, but one day there's going to be an outbreak of diseases. That's a risk. Some of these septic tanks, Chairperson, they're not properly designed. They're not properly designed. Then there's an issue of operation and maintenance. If you do that system, at a particular point, it's going to fill up. Whoever is the owner of a septic tank has a responsibility to manage the septic tank. Then the other issue, if you do, where will you actually dispose the human excreta you have? Some of them, they are not, I know in Mangaung as an example, they go and dispose, even in Roy Valley in Pretoria, they go and dispose it in the sewer plant. Then they choke the plant because of the volume that is there. And then it causes problems. There are environmental issues, there are health issues, and many other issues that are there. But I'm pleased that in as much as it is not our asset, the two ministers, they discuss. The DGs at a particular point in Botshabelo in Free State, those toilets were full to the brim. It was worse when it was raining. I know the Department of Human Settlement had to support them through the informal upgrade grant that is there to do some of the work. But sanitation in South Africa remains an issue. That's why we're even not at the right levels that were there. But when we say the buckets will not run out, as long as you continue to place people, either in township without planned settlement, whether also in traditional and rural areas, people are placed without planning properly, I can assure you, we are planning to fail. But in our infrastructure was simple. Nobody must be left behind. You know, this department was known. I was a little bit young at that time. You'll have the best dam around communities. They don't even get a drop of water. And it was meant for either, that's why all the water to be pumped from Mpumalanga was Natal for Gauteng for gold. But for the first time, we say these dams, they must be able to help communities around. People of Free State, when they ran out of water, we gave them water from Sterkfontein. The people that you see now in Kiane, the people there in Vembe, they're getting water from Nandoni. This is the new way on how we should be planning. Our attitude, nobody must be left behind. And if you do that, it's a security risk, because if they have nothing, they will intervene and have access to the resource they need. The same thing they did in Nigeria in Delta. In Delta, those pipelines for oil and refineries, they go through many communities, and they have caused themselves security risk. The security risk has actually escalated even into mafias. That's how, from a policy position, we are dealing with these historical issues around planning, around decisiveness, and including issues of monitoring. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister. So what we'll do is we're going to adjourn at this point. There is a tentative date of the 17th? Tentative. We're going to negotiate the time, so we'll be virtual because we need to go over a couple of things together to complete the discussion, because at the end of that discussion we then need to have a mutually agreed accountability plan for us, so that when we meet our conversations are very concise as we move forward. But the Secretariat will be in touch with your office, Minister, to arrange for all of us to be together and just complete the conversation. But I want to thank you for the detail in the presentation, the detail in the answers, and honorable members who are being disorderly. I also want to thank you for the portion when you were not disorderly. Except these last few seconds. No. Honorable Mende gave us all the chance to speak while she was not here. So we got our turn. So thank you very much. And to the colleagues from the department, thank you very much as well. We'll adjourn here. Thank you.